Chapter 709. Understand now. So Xiaoduo instantly understood. The basic rule of this world was that the bigger the fist, the bigger the argument. As long as your fist was big enough, everything else was insignificant. Dad, I will definitely remember your teachings and use my iron fist to suppress everything that disagrees with me. In the villa, Zhuo Xiaoduo accompanied his parents to talk and drink tea. Then, they asked some questions about martial arts, so Xiaoduo wanted to find out more about his parents. After all, when he met with Yuding this time, so Xiaoduo faintly felt that something was wrong with his mother's experienced and knowledgeable side, as well as her indifferent expression and tone. It seems that I have underestimated my parents. However, the result of this test made him even more confused than before. This time, Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding were very abnormal. They didn't hide anything. No matter what questions Xiaoduo asked, they would immediately answer it. They even let Xiaoduo demonstrate the martial arts, kung fu, and moves that they had learned several times. Then, they would comment on each move, which was very different from their previous low-key attitude. Moreover, no matter what level of martial arts it was, his parents would casually explain it, from shallow to deep, and from deep to shallow. In Zhuo Xiaoduo's opinion, with his parents' level, it would be a waste of their talents if they didn't come to the higher martial arts institute to be a professor or something. Many teachers couldn't explain things that they couldn't understand, even if they tried. However, in the eyes of his parents, it was nothing. In a few words, they could explain it to the point that even a child could understand it. This was really too awesome. If such a talent were to become a teacher, wouldn't he have students all over the world? So Xiaoduo was chatting casually inside, while Gao Qiao was working hard outside. And now, at this time, Zhuo Xiaoyan was wrapped in frost as she rushed all the way from Shangjing. She was about to reach Fenghai. That bastard actually hooked up with female students. And a few of them. Zhuo Xiaoyan's anger had not subsided the entire way. You lied to me for so many days. Bastard, if you don't give me an explanation, you're dead. Even if your parents are here, they won't be able to save you. Gao Qiao worked hard. This time, the items that Zhuo Xiaoduo brought out were all top-notch. After all, they were all reserved items that had been scoured through. Basically, there were no ordinary goods. Many of the spiritual herbs and spiritual plants were top-grade goods that were priceless in the outside market. Apart from the demonic Beast King's beads, he had also taken out some heavenly treasures. The more Gao Qiao thought about it, the more frightened she became. There were too many things, and the value was too high. It was so high that Gao Qiao didn't dare to imagine it. The accountants and appraisers, as well as the two old managers of the auction house, were already dazzled by the number of items in the auction house. In the beginning, when he saw some high-grade items, he even asked Gao Qiao why she didn't keep them for herself. Was the main house being negligent? However, when the number of similar items reached a certain limit, everyone gradually became numb. No matter how unbelievable it was, they had to believe it. They could not believe it. After working hard for a while, Gao Qiao asked everyone to take a break. So Xiaoduo had already prepared a few pots of good tea on the coffee table outside. This is a sky-high amount of wealth. Young mistress. An old manager of the auction house was trembling. He had worked in the auction house all his life, but this was the first time he had seen so many things at once. However, there was one thing that was very strange. How could such a rich and overbearing person have so many stones of astral souls? Wouldn't it be better to just save up the jade of astral souls? Look, just those stones of astral souls could be piled up into a real small mountain. It was hard to understand. Our family can get 5,000ths of the profits from these items. Gao Qiao said lightly. All the accounts will be made public in the truest way. I don't want anyone to get involved in this. Once found, their entire family will be wiped out. I understand. Many people understood this principle. To be able to call the young mistress of the Gao family, the future head of the Gao family, to handle the transaction with just a phone call and leave her outside without a care. It was needless to say how scary this kind of person was. Whoever coveted this kind of person's money would be an idiot. Of course, When the real benefits reached a certain level, it was not impossible for idiots to appear. Therefore, Gao Xiao still had to beat them over and over again. If there was a problem with such a low amount of money, Gao Xiao felt that she could kill herself to thanks with Xiaoduo. Moreover, 5,000ths of the commission was actually very awesome. At 11:30 in the morning, Zhuo Xiaoyan rushed into Fenghai City like a whirlwind. She tore open the sky and drilled into it. Her whole body was like a white smoke, rushing straight into the hidden Dragon Villa district. Zhuo Xiaoduo almost didn't take a breath along the way. At this moment, she could only focus on one thing. Kill the puppy. Kill the puppy. At this moment, in the hidden Dragon Villa district, in Zhuo Xiaoduo's villa, the dishes ordered by the first grade of the heavens had already arrived. Gao Xiao ordered 4 tables, including a table of the best dishes, which were sent directly into the room. The other 3 tables were left to eat outside. As a partner, Gao Xiao was naturally invited in for a meal by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Gao Xiao was embarrassed, but in the end, it was Wu Yuding who came out to invite her in personally. Holding hands, they went in. The 4 of them sat around the table. Gao Xiao was eagerly busy. Finally, she finished. Just as she sat down and was about to eat, all of a sudden, the entire villa seemed to have entered the coldest days of the year. An icy aura enveloped the entire place. Then, with a whoosh, a graceful figure appeared in front of the villa door, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her body swayed, and she arrived in front of the door and pushed it open. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood up and looked at the door in surprise. Then, the door was suddenly opened. A graceful figure that he had been thinking about day and night appeared at the door. A warm smile appeared on Zhuo Chonglu's face. "Sai, my little cotton-padded jacket is here. Finally, I have a helper." Wu Yuding, on the other hand, had a face that said, "As I expected, I know this girl's heart the best. But this girl came so quickly that I'm still surprised." In short, it was the kind of smile that said everything was in the palm of her hand. When she sent out the message in the morning, she expected this girl to be anxious. Sure enough, this girl had obviously risked her life to come here. Looking at that cold and murderous aura, Xiao Duo would not be able to get away with it. "Son, you're on your own now." Looking at Gao Xiao, who was sitting at the table and eating, Wu Yuding instantly knew another thing, another subtle change. The little dog was in trouble. A great disaster was coming. "Waha!" Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted in surprise. Gao Xiao turned her head. The moment she looked over, there was only a dazzling, soul-stirring sight. From her eyes, the person who came was a snow fairy from the heavens. Her whole body was cold and pure with the coldness of the moon. She suddenly appeared at the door. Her face was so beautiful that it could topple cities. Her body was curvaceous and slender, and her clothes were whiter than snow. She stood at the door, right in front of them, but it was like a snow lotus quietly blooming on the peak of a snowy mountain that no one could climb. Her eyes, nose, face. Her face was gentle to the extreme, but her temperament turned all this gentleness into coldness. Even though she was right in front of you, you would still feel that she was a fairy in the clouds. She was so high up, so clean and transcendent. She was clean from the inside out, untainted by a speck of dust. Even if the mortal world was full of filth, nothing could taint her purity. There's actually such a beautiful girl in the world. Gao Xiao, who always boasted about her beauty, couldn't help but be amazed. There were countless beautiful girls in the world. Gao Xiao was also an outstanding beauty, but to be able to reach the level of Zhuo Xiaoyan in front of her was rare. And to have such a face and temperament, Gao Xiao could be sure that there was only one person in the world. Gao Xiao was usually quite conceited about her appearance. Even in Fenghai City, people often praise Gao Xiao as the #1 beauty in Fenghai City. But the moment she saw Zhuo Xiaoyan, a feeling of inferiority rose from her heart. That feeling was probably, she couldn't be compared, the difference was too big. She could only admire the high mountain, and couldn't even be jealous that would an ant be jealous of a dinosaur? After Zhuo Xiaoyan entered the door, out of a woman's intuition, she saw Gao Qiao at first glance. This wasn't because Zhuo Xiaoyan was unfilial, nor was it because she didn't see her parents, but a woman's natural defense of her territory. At first glance, she was a stunning beauty, very shrewd, very smart, very capable, and exuded a capable demeanor, but Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart was instantly half relieved. Ahem, the threat isn't that big. Then she saw Zhuo Xiao's face was full of joy, jumping, laughing, and rushing towards her. Humph, snorting in her heart, Zhuo Xiaoyan moved Xiaoduo to the side and stood in front of Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chonglu. Mom, Dad, I missed you so much. So Xiaoduo missed, and Nian Nian, the cat, passed in front of her expressionlessly, as cold as frost. But when she arrived in front of her parents, she immediately smiled like a blooming spring flower. Her expression changed so quickly that it was amazing, but it didn't seem out of place standing on the other side. She scratched her head, puzzled. Why is she ignoring me? I really didn't offend her. It's good that you're here. Wu Yuding smiled and looked at her daughter meaningfully. You little girl, did you rush all the way here? Zhuo Xiaoduo blushed and hugged Wu Yuding's arm coquettishly. Mom. Then he smiled and said, I was on a mission not far away. I was thinking of coming over after the mission was completed. So, when I saw Mom's message, I immediately rushed over. How can a mission be more important than family reunion? Oh, Wu Yuding said in her heart, like hell I'd believe you. Judging from the degree of condensation of qi around you and the deduction of your own cultivation, if you didn't rush all the way here from the Nine Heavens Pavilion, I'd be blind. Chapter 710. Of course, Wu Yuding wouldn't say that out loud. She said, Nian Nian was on a mission, so she definitely hasn't eaten yet. Xiaoduo, why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry up and get Sister Nian Nian a stool and utensils. Hurry up. Without needing to be told, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already carried the utensils over. He said eagerly, Sister, Nian Nian, hee, sit. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't even look at him. She sat down and then looked at Gao Qiao, curiously. Mom, we have guests today. Wu Yuding was experienced and knew what her daughter was thinking. She explained happily, this is Xiaoduo's good classmate. She has helped us a lot. Her surname is Gao. She introduced her daughter in Gao Qiao, a female classmate. A good female classmate. Zhuo Xiaoyan was alarmed, but she smiled even more warmly. Hello, classmate Gao. Thank you so much for today. Gao Qiao hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, Hello, Sister Nian. You're too polite. It's my duty to help boss with some work. Help boss with some work. Hearing these words, Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart that had been in his throat immediately fell back into his stomach. Then, he smiled and started chatting with Gao Qiao. Wu Yuding's evaluation of Gao Qiao also improved. Her first sentence showed her attitude. This girl was really smart and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Zhuo Xiaoduo interrupted several times, but Zhuo Xiaoyan ignored him. She just kept talking to Gao Qiao. As long as she was talking to Gao Qiao, she would put away her childish and mischievous attitude. Gao Qiao felt that the person in front of her was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Sitting in front of her, she was graceful, beautiful, and elegant. She had skin of ice and bones of jade, and a heart of orchids. In any case, she was full of energy and firepower. Zhuo Xiaoyan only had one thought. I want to see my people not dare to compete with me. Zhuo Xiaoyan successfully defeated Gao Qiao with a simple chat. This wasn't Zhuo Xiaoyan bullying her. The moment Gao Qiao saw her, she was already one step ahead of her and was convinced. Besides, Gao Qiao didn't have any competitive thoughts. Now that she saw this situation, she was even more frightened. It was too difficult to steal a man from such an existence. Although Zhuo Xiaoyan called them father and mother, Gao Qiao came from a big family. She understood everything almost instantly when she saw this posture. It was obvious that the man was in love and the concubine was jealous. There was no room for anyone else to intervene. The only outcome for those who forced themselves to do so was to be crushed by the joint forces of both sides and be reduced to cannon fodder, the kind that couldn't even raise a speck of dust. Therefore, from the very beginning, he agreed with Zhuo Xiaoyan and made his position clear. Sister Nian Yin, you're so beautiful. Gao Xiaoer praised from the bottom of her heart. At first, we were all wondering why Boss was so cold to the girls who tried to be nice to him in school. Some people even suspected that Boss didn't like girls. You have to know that our Hidden Dragon School belles are all very good-looking. Today, we finally know the reason. So that's why. Gao Xiao had a look of realization. So it's not that Boss doesn't like girls. It's just that his standards are too high. Anyone who has such a beauty at home would be disdainful of the so-called beauties outside. When Zhuo Xiaoyan heard this, she was even more elated. She also understood that she had really misunderstood today, that with this thought, she couldn't help but let down her guard and become even friendlier. Gao Xiaoer couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she saw him being kind and joking around with her. If you had maintained that kind of oppressive attitude and unreasonably crushed me, my competitive and rebellious nature would have been aroused. Perhaps I would have been able to make things difficult for you. But the moment you became intimate with me, I felt as if we were sisters from the bottom of my heart. However, this kind of change in aura didn't leave any traces. What was going on? How did you do it? This kind of natural affinity was too irresistible, big sister. If the colds with Xiaoyan made people feel like they could only look up to her, respect her, and be unattainable, then the current friendlies with Xiaoyan made people only want to protect and take care of her. They couldn't even have the slightest thought of hurting her. Anything that hurt this clean girl would be unforgivable. This kind of feeling was so unreasonable. It came from the bottom of her heart and was natural. After a while, Gao Xiaoer simply held Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand and whispered to her in a low voice. Zhuo Xiaoyan relaxed and smiled more, especially when she heard about Zhuo Xiaoduo's interesting stories. Her pair of beautiful big eyes instantly squinted like the crescent moon in the sky. Her smile was extremely sweet. Gao Xiaoer was stunned and felt a sense of pity. Not to mention, this old servant's subtle feelings spontaneously arose. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head and wagged his tail, wanted to come up and eavesdrop. Every time, he was stared back by Zhuo Xiaoyan. Wait a moment. I may have misunderstood, but I still have to settle the score with you. Otherwise, I would have rushed here in such a hurry. Although others don't know why, I still feel uncomfortable in my heart. However, as long as I teach this puppy a lesson, I can immediately feel at ease and feel better. It was his fault. After Gao Xiaoer finished eating, she hurriedly left to work. She really couldn't stay any longer. This girl is too beautiful. If I stay any longer, I will lose all my confidence. Gao Xiaoer had already decided that in the afternoon or evening, she must find a few girls to compete with to regain her confidence. Otherwise, he would always feel like an ugly duckling with mud all over its body, standing next to a spotless, snow-white swan. This kind of feeling was really terrible. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan eagerly. He watched as Zhuo Xiaoyan snuggled in Wu Yuding's arms and acted like a spoiled child to Zhuo Chonglu. At this moment, she was just an ordinary and innocent little girl. She was happy in front of her parents. What about me? Why are you ignoring me? Do you know that our parents have already promised you to me? You're already mine. This is already a done deal. Wife, do you know that? Zhuo Xiaoyan saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's eager eyes from the corner of her eyes. She snorted and turned her head away. Finally, Wu Yuding felt sorry for her son, but she still waved her hand. Doggy, come here. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately ran over while wagging his tail. Mom, Zhuo Xiaoyan said, Mom, I heard that Doggy is hooked up with many beautiful girls in Hidden Dragon High School. Wu Yuding glanced at Zhuo Xiaoduo and said, Doggy, are you serious? You have such ability? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. I don't have such ability. Zhuo Xiaoyan was also stunned. Mom, you are lying to me. You don't. Wu Yuding frowned. Zhuo Xiaoduo solemnly raised his hand. I swear to the gods, to the heavens, to the great author, and to millions of readers. I really don't have such ability. Everyone can testify for me. Zhua Xiaoyan quietly lowered her head. The corners of her eyes curved into a smile. That's good, Wu Yuding warned. If I find out that you are hooking up behind your sister Nianyan's back. Do you know the consequences? Zhua Xiaoyan was shy. She turned her body and pouted. Mom, you can talk about him. What does this have to do with me? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Yes, it has nothing to do with you. If it has nothing to do with you, then you ran 40,000 miles in one morning. Look at how sweaty you are. Don't think that I can't tell that you are sweaty outside. Do you really think that your mom is an ignorant woman? Let's not talk about the flow of yuan qi in your body at that time. When you first entered the house, your father and I were almost frozen. Doesn't that mean everything? Now you actually dare say, what does this have to do with me? Ha! So Xiaoyan hurriedly complained, Mom, you don't know. Little Gouda has been stirring up a lot of trouble recently. The Sword King's high martial arts life, the Sword King's. All these things are really unsightly. Also, this kid's temperament is unstable. He really needs to be taught a lesson. So Xiao Duo felt wronged. I'm not. I'm so obedient. Zhua Xiaoyan's face was as cold as ice. Yes, you are. Zhua Xiaoduo, no. Zhua Xiaoyan, yes. Wu Yuding and Zhua Chonglu watched the fight between their children. They didn't feel offended at all. Instead, their faces were filled with happiness and warmth. I really didn't. Zhua Xiaoduo said. You said you didn't. Zhua Xiaoyan said. I was wrong. Faced with the argument, Zhua Xiaoduo immediately backed down. I was wrong. I was wrong. Zhua Xiaoduo apologized profusely. When there was no guilt in his heart, he felt no pressure saying that he was wrong. Although he said that he was wrong, it was just 3 words. How are you going to make it up to me? Zhua Xiaoyan said angrily. Tell me. I'll do as you say. Zhua Xiaoduo immediately stood up to receive a beating. You. Zhua Xiaoyan puffed up her cheeks and thought for a while before saying, Sing and dance for me and Mom and Dad. That's it? That's easy. Zhua Xiaoduo immediately felt relieved. Hence, he set up a posture in the living room and sang and danced. I'm the obedient Xiao Duo. I'm the obedient little doll. That I'm Dad's little sweetheart. I'm Mom's good boy. That I'm Teacher's good student. That I'm Sister Nian Yin's little dog. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Sister Nian Yin, don't be angry. Listen to me sing for you. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, la 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 la. Woof. Woof, woof. Wah wah. A certain someone was acting funny as he sang. He winked at her, stuck out his tongue, and wagged his tail. His face was full of flattery. It was obvious that he was acting as himself and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Puffed. Cough, cough, cough. Zhua Xiaoyan choked. She wasn't angry at all and was just putting on an act. Now that she saw this guy become a clown, just to please her, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She bent over laughing, and the elegance of the moon fairy was gone. Ha ha. Zhua Xiaoyan laughed until she couldn't catch her breath. She was completely fine now. Wu Yuding and Zhua Chonglu almost died of laughter. Chapter 711. Even Wu Yuding couldn't help but feel some admiration in her heart. This kid really didn't care about his face. To be honest, when it came to coaxing his wife, it seemed like this little dog was even better than his father. But since he was fine, his father, Wu Yuding ordered, let's go to the yard and have a look. Xiao Duo is going to release a lot of things. So Changlu stood up with a smile. Okay, the couple went out. Then, only Zhua Xiaoyan and Zhua Xiaoduo were left in the room. The atmosphere suddenly became strange again. In fact, the two hadn't seen each other for only a few months, not even a year. Zhua Xiaoduo was just a little taller and stronger than when they were in Phoenix City. He looked a little like a teenager who was turning into a young man. Zhua Xiaoyan didn't change at all. Her temperament was colder, cleaner, and more beautiful. She was still the same as she was in Zhua Xiaoduo's memory. If there was a change, it could only be said that she was more beautiful and attractive. But the atmosphere was strange when only the two of them were left. Zhua Xiaoyan coughed loudly, stopped smiling, and sat upright. She turned her head slightly and put on a cold and fairy-like appearance again, waiting for the little puppy to coax her. Miss Nian Mao. He. Xiaoduo rubbed his hands. Oomph. Xiaoyan picked up the teacup and drank tea, looking straight ahead. Xiaoduo turned a few times like a mouse playing with its tail. Finally, he got close to Xiaoyan's small and transparent ear. He didn't say anything, but his breath blew a few strands of her hair. Xiaoyan felt itchy and couldn't help but laugh again. But in the end, she forced herself to hold back and put on a fairy-like appearance. She can be nice to him. She had to catch this little puppy today. She couldn't let him go out and fool around. She had to make him afraid. But how could he make him afraid? Xiaoyan frowned and thought hard. She couldn't help but sigh. If only she could tie him to her side. Sister Nian, let me tell you, there's been a major development. Xiaoduo winked mysteriously. It's about us. Xiaoyan, who had just made up his mind to ignore him, couldn't help but be distracted. He couldn't help but ask what progress. Xiaoduo hesitated for a moment, sneakily glanced around, and directly moved closer to Xiaoyan's ear. Xiaoyan tried her best to resist the itch. She pricked up her ears and whispered, "What's the matter?" Xiaoduo smelled a fragrance, and for a moment he was infatuated, as if he had reached the end of life. He forgot what to say and directly stuck out his tongue to lick the crystal-clear little ear. Wow! Xiaoyan jumped up with a bang. Her face was red as she pushed Xiaoduo to the ground. Her voice was like thunder. "Dog, you got guts." She raised her fist and was about to rush over. Xiaoduo's heart suddenly trembled, but he mustered up his courage and argued. "Our mother said yesterday that she promised you to me. So it's not bold of me to kiss my own wife." "Nonsense. I don't believe it. Who's your wife?" Xiaoyan suddenly felt relieved, but she had to put on a face and pretend to be angry. She shouted, "I don't believe it. Mother would never do that." "It's true, it's true." Xiaoduo vowed. "It's true, it's true." Xiaoyan stomped her feet and said angrily, "Anyway, I don't believe it. I'll go to Mother now. I'll ask her to take back her order." She stood up and pretended to rush out. Xiaoduo was anxious when he heard that. He didn't know what to do for a moment. He rushed forward and hugged her leg tightly. "Don't go. Don't go." Xiaoyan struggled hard, but she felt that she couldn't break free. She said angrily, "Let go of me, you rascal." "I won't let go. I'll be a rascal. Are you letting go or not?" "I'm not letting go. If you don't let go, I won't let go. I prepared a gift for you." "What gift?" "Huh?" Xiaoduo was a little confused. Did he just fool her? He hurriedly said, "If you don't go out, I'll show you the gift. Something bigger than the sky." "Oomph, then I won't look. For this gift of yours, I fought with someone and was almost beaten to death." Xiaoduo sobbed. "My chest was even shattered." Xiaoyan was shocked. "Let me see, is it okay?" She unbuttoned Xiaoduo's shirt as she said that. Xiaoduo covered his chest shyly. "It's okay." "Bah, why are you covering your chest?" Xiaoyan was angry and amused. Xiaoduo climbed up with a smile. "There are so many good things. They'll definitely surprise you. All of them will be of great help to you. Look how good I am to you. I miss you all the time." "Let me see." Xiaoyan blushed. Then, Xiaoduo took out a jar of wine. "Wine? Is this what you mean by something bigger than the sky?" Xiaoyan widened her eyes. Yes, this wine is a great thing." Xiaoduo laughed. "It's something you'll never imagine." In Xiaoduo's heart, this wine was indeed the #1 item in the world. This was the truth. The ice soul space oil was not even 1,000th of this wine in Xiaoduo's heart. Since it's a good wine, open it and try it. Xiaoyan wanted to say that she was not satisfied, but she remembered that this was a gift from Gouda, so she pretended to be curious. "No." Xiaoduo was startled and said, "This is what our mother said. You can't drink this wine until you reach the Ascension Realm. Once you reach the Ascension Realm, drinking it will greatly increase your cultivation." Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. "It's such a treasure? That means you can't withstand its effects until you reach the flying heavens, right? Then it's really a great thing, a great thing." She couldn't help but be fascinated. This was a wine that only flying heavens cultivators could drink. What a great thing. Of course. Otherwise, why would I say it's a great thing? Duo revealed a cunning smile and said, "Remember to remind me when the time comes. I'm afraid I'll forget. When we reach the flying heavens, we'll drink it together. Each of us can only drink 1 cup per night. Isn't it amazing?" "Amazing," Xiaoyan exclaimed. "Flying heavens cultivators can only drink 1 cup per night. It's really a great thing." She became even more fascinated. "Don't forget to remind me," Duo said solemnly. "I'm very forgetful, you know." Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining. "Don't worry, I won't forget." She then engraved a soul brand in her heart. "Flying heavens cultivators drink wine. When the time comes, I'll remind Gouda." "Okay." After Duo explained this matter, he immediately put the wine away. Xiaoyan wanted to ask, "Isn't this a gift for me? Why did you put away?" But she didn't ask. It didn't matter. Being with Duo was the same as being with her. At that time, she could still use this as an excuse to talk about it. Duo naturally had to introduce this wine first. This way, when his parents introduced it later, there would be no need to introduce this wine. He could just put it on a shelf and wait for the time when he could use it. Give me a thumbs up for this. Looking at Xiaoyan's face, full of anticipation, Duo was delighted. "I'm even more looking forward to it. When the time comes." From the beginning to the end, he didn't let Xiaoyan touch it. Xiaoyan also didn't know that although the good things they talked about were similar, in fact, they had different purposes. "Now is the gift for you." The first one Duo took out a ring. Inside it was the Xian ice that Bing Xiaobing had just given to him. 8 cubic meters of Xian ice. Xiaoyan took it and opened it. She couldn't help but exclaim, This isn't Xian ice from the bottom of the sea. This is glacier Xian ice. No, ancient Xian ice. There are 8 cubic meters of Xian ice." The extreme coldness inside made Xiaoyan feel comfortable from the inside to the outside. This effect was much better than the Xian ice that she had received. This is really a rare good thing. Xiaoyan's eyes were shining. She held the ring in her arms and looked at it as if it was a treasure. These Xian ice were really useful to Xiaoyan. With so much Xian ice, it was enough to build a complete cycle of Xian ice for her. Thus, it would grow and multiply endlessly, and the cycle would repeat itself. Xiaoyan couldn't open her hands when she saw it. This gift was really to her liking. "Dogda, how did you know that I was worried about the Xian ice? This is really a timely rain from the sky. He really put in a lot of effort." The second gift. Duo took out the second space, ring mysteriously. "With these Xian ice, I'm already satisfied. For a long time, I don't have to worry about the cultivation environment." Xiaoyan sighed. She really didn't have anything else to ask for. "Dogda is really my lucky star. I really want to give him a kiss." Open it first so that you don't miss out on the good stuff." Duo laughed. Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and opened it. There are so many ancient Xian ice again. There were 7 or 8 cubic meters in the previous ring, right? There are more than 3 cubic meters in here. There are so many Xian ice. Xiaoyan was so surprised that she wanted to pour the Xian ice into one of the rings. But when she used her spiritual power, she was suddenly stunned. "What is this?" Xiaoyan exclaimed. Her voice was 1 octave higher. Duo said proudly. "Our mother said that this is a betrothal gift for you. How could she not choose the best?" "Betrothal gift?" Xiaoyan blushed, but looking at the thing inside, he couldn't take his eyes off it. He couldn't take his mind off it. This is a complete, living ice spirit." Xiaoyan's voice trembled. She was so surprised that she didn't even want to care about the word betrothal gift. "So be it. I will accept it." But she couldn't say it out loud. She wanted to be a little proud, but now, forget it. But she couldn't say it out loud. She must go to her mother and act like a spoiled child. She wanted to express her dissatisfaction that she was arranged for her before she agreed. But shouldn't they be engaged after the betrothal gift? "Dogda, let's see where you can run to. I'm so tired. Please vote." Chapter 712. Looking at the ice spirit, Zhou Xiaoyan liked it more and more. The ecstasy in her heart was about to overflow uncontrollably. Suddenly, she tilted her head and kissed Zhou Xiaoduo on the cheek with her petal-like lips. "I'll go into seclusion first." Zhou Xiaoyan ran away as if she had found a treasure. "This ice spirit is too weak. I need to cultivate it with all my heart." With a whoosh, she rushed straight into Zhou Xiaoduo's bedroom. As soon as she entered, she was sprayed out by the foot odor. Her face was distorted as she rushed into the study. Her angry voice floated out. "Damn you! I'll settle this with you when I come out." The door slammed shut. She entered my study. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was twitching. If she saw my cat-sniffing poem touching the spot on his face where he was kissed, he smiled foolishly. He only felt a chill just now. He didn't have time to enjoy it. He should consider kissing her longer next time. The door opened. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding walked in. "Done." Wu Yuding looked at her son from the corner of her eyes. Zhou Xiaoduo's face twitched. He said the things are all sent out, but it's not done yet. This. He was still not sure. Nian Mao didn't say yes or no. She just kissed him and didn't say what she meant. His heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't come to a conclusion. Lin Jia said anxiously. Wu Yuding looked at her son's troubled face and couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, I need you to say something about this. It's just that I can't say it myself." So Xiaoduo looked melancholy. "You know your daughter's temper. She doesn't have any restrictions on our agreement. She can fall out with me just like that." Zhou Changlu and his wife burst out laughing. Their image was ruined. The two of them had already seen that Zhou Xiaoyan was already very willing. It was only this kid who was still worried about his gains and losses. "Okay, I'll tell you about it during dinner." Wu Yuding agreed immediately. Zhou Changlu hurriedly stopped him. "Be careful. What's there to be cautious about?" Wu Yuding looked at her husband strangely. Right now, the relationship between the two of them is more important than the relationship between a man and a woman. Zhou Changlu pondered and said, "So, at most, we can only settle it first. As for whether this relationship can be changed in the end, we can't say for sure. What if they don't make a good couple, but a resentful one instead? That would be bad." Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, "Do you know them better than I do?" Ever since Nian found out about her background, this relationship has been very strange since then. Duo obviously has his own thoughts, but his lack of aptitude limits his imagination. Now that he has finally entered the path of cultivation and soared to the sky, he has seen hope. How can he give up? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, "How can I not know my own son and daughter?" Then she paused and said, "But what you said makes sense." She turned to look at Zhou Xiaoduo, who was looking at her eagerly, and said, "Then let's talk about it first." "Then, the marriage naturally can't be held now." Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly asked, "Then when should we hold it?" Wu Yuding couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you in such a hurry? If it's yours, it can't run away. If it's not yours, you can't keep it even if you chain it. Besides, how old are you this year? Don't you feel embarrassed to be thinking about this and that?" So Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. He felt indignant. What was there to be embarrassed about? This was normal. A single dog who didn't want to find a wife was not a good dog. On this day, so Xiaoduo didn't practice martial arts, which was rare. After a while, he went to the door of the study and then walked up and down the stairs. He was so anxious that he felt like a pot of boiling water, but he also felt an indescribable happiness and peace. It was 6:30 in the evening. Gao Qiao, and the others had finished their work and left. They only left a list and moved all the supplies away. For the first time in his life, a miser like Zhou Xiaoduo was so insensitive to the departure of his belongings. He casually put the list on the coffee table and then walked in circles in the room, scratching his ears and cheeks. "Xiaoduo, don't be in such a hurry." "Mom, I'm not in a hurry." Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. "You're like a lion that was suddenly locked in a cage. In the blink of an eye, you have walked in circles more than 10 times. You're not in a hurry." When Zhou Xiaoyan finally came out of seclusion, Zhou Xiaoduo had already walked in circles in front of the door. Zhou Xiaoyan looked tired. "How was it?" Xiaoduo asked hurriedly. How was it? Xiaoyan suddenly looked angry. She reached out and grabbed Xiaoduo's ear and pulled him in. She pointed to the wall and asked, What do you mean? Xiaoduo's eyes darted around. Finally, he said shamelessly, Sister Nian Yen, this is my lifelong wish. Your lifelong wish is to stroke a cat? Xiaoyan wanted to say, stroke me in anger, but fortunately, she reacted in time. Yes, that's it. Xiaoduo looked like a hoodlum. He puffed out his chest and raised his head. My lifelong wish is to sleep with you. And then, don't say it. Xiaoyan's face was as red as blood. Let's both take off the blanket. Xiaoduo said righteously, not fearing death. Whoosh. Xiaoyan ran out with a red face. Her heart was thumping. Hooligan. I'm not talking to him anymore. I thought I was going to get even with him. Why did he come out himself? She went to the living room and saw Zhuo Chonglu. Her face was still red as if she was drunk. How is it? Zhuo Chonglu asked with concern. It's been activated. The ice soul spirit has regained its consciousness, but it still needs time to slowly reform it. After that, we could try to establish a connection with it. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up when she talked about the ice soul spirit. With this ice soul spirit and these mysterious ice, Xiaoyan had absolute confidence that she could reach the peak of the cloud transformation realm in 2 months. Then, she could start this round of cultivation compression. Once the ice soul spirit was subdued, it would be a partner for life. It would stay by her side for life. How long will it take to subdue it? Zhuo Chonglu asked with concern. Xiaoyan estimated and said, this ice soul spirit seems to have been suppressed. That's why it has been lonely for so many years. When I woke it up, it was very resistant. However, after I continued to inject energy into it to help it recover, its attitude softened a lot. So when I came out, it was very quiet. But this kind of spiritual object has a natural spirituality. I'm not sure how long it will take for it to recognize a master. Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned. So Chonglu raised his eyebrows and said, At the critical moment, you can consider asking Xiaoduo for help. How can Xiaoduo help? Zhuo Xiaoyan was confused. She didn't know what Zhuo Chonglu was talking about. Zhuo Xiaoduo had the sun attribute, which was the opposite of the ice soul spirit. How could he help? Wouldn't it make things worse? Let Xiaoduo use the Flaming Sun Sutra to its fullest to scare it. Zhuo Chonglu said seriously, Trust me, when you can't subdue it, this method is the most effective. Zhuo Xiaoyan fell into deep thought. It's almost impossible to subdue such a natural spiritual creature if you blindly try to appease it. Zhuo Chonglu said seriously, Think about it. How many years has it lived? How many years have you lived? It has been fighting with many creatures since it was born. Do you think you could defeat it with some gentle methods? So the best way is to force it to recognize you as its master. When the ship has sailed, we can slowly communicate with it, Zhuo Chonglu said. So Xiaoduo perked up and said, Father, I understand what you mean. It's like finding a wife. She's not very happy about it. But whether she's happy or not, she has to get married first. After a long time, she'll accept her fate. Zhuo Chonglu, Wu Yuding, and Zhuo Xiaoyan were speechless. This kid was hopeless. How could he say something like that so casually? This kid seemed to be implying something. Don't listen to your dad. He's too eager for quick success. Try to subdue it slowly. When you can't subdue it, you can ask Uda to help you. Wu Yuding said, Now let's talk about a few important things. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and said shyly, What is it? She wanted to talk about the poem again, but now that her mother had spoken, it seemed like she wanted to talk about marriage. Zhuo Xiaoyan was embarrassed. Her heart thumped, and she forgot about the debt. This matter was more important. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were shining. He sat up straight and said impatiently, Mom, I'm ready. Are you going to talk about that? Ahem. Zhuo Chonglu was disappointed. Can't you be more reserved? Why are you in such a hurry to find a wife? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought, You're a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. You don't understand the suffering of us single dogs. Although you haven't been in Fenghai for long, you've gained a lot. Wu Yuding said lightly, I didn't expect your dad and I to have a breakthrough in our cultivation. So, there are some things that need to be arranged. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo were overjoyed when they heard that. A breakthrough in cultivation. That's great. Then, can I be a second generation that waits for death in the future? Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes sparkled as he asked. He was somewhat fascinated by this kind of life. Wu Yuding stared at him. Why would you think of a second-generation kid at a time like this? So Changlu sighed deeply and said, Have you divided those things with Sister Nian? Yes. Have you sprinkled the spatial soil? Yes, but I haven't gone in to see the results yet. Okay, then, do you still have the 3 drops of 9 Heaven Spirit Spring that Brother Xiaoyu gave you? Yes, they are. Dad, what's the use of that thing? Zhua Changlu said, Each of you can take 1 drop of the 9 Heaven Spirit Spring. When you break through to the Sky Soar realm, you can take a few more drops if you have the chance. But for now, 1 drop is enough for each of you. This thing is used to strengthen one's foundation. After taking it, it can strengthen one's divine soul and improve one's perception. Divine sense will also continue to grow. However, the biggest effect is that, after taking it, it will burn the residue. Residue, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo were confused by this term. Chapter 7:13. The so-called residue is actually the residue left behind by the consumption of heaven and earth treasures. It's the resistance caused by the consumption of elixirs. It's the blockage of the Sky Soar realm that I mentioned before. After it's purified, it can turn the spiritual power in your Dantian into the purest energy. You can think of it this way. At your current stage, consuming a single drop will cleanse you of all impurities. So Changlu said, in other words, after consuming it, your body will be completely purified. In the future, when you eat the same kind of food, you can still get the benefits. Do you understand? Yes, but this can only be done after your cultivation reaches a certain level. Otherwise, for example, when you're at the initial stage of the cloud transformation realm, after consuming a lot of foreign things, the impurities in your body will be too much. Once you consume the 9th Heaven Spirit Spring, your cultivation will drop by 1 stage or even more because too many impurities are burned away. Zhuo Xiaoyan coughed and said, I just broke through to the cloud transformation realm. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. If it weren't for this, your dad wouldn't have said that you're at the initial stage of the cloud transformation realm. Silly girl. Cloud transformation realm. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. He turned his head and looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan with confusion. Sister Nian, you broke through to the cloud transformation realm? Yes. Zhuo Xiaoyan raised her delicate little chin and took it for granted. How many times did you suppress your breakthrough in the nascent soul realm? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked sadly. About 18 or 19 times. About 20 times, Zhuo Xiaoyan said. 18 or 19 times. 20 times. Zhuo Xiaoduo calculated in his heart. If that's the case, it seems that I'm still not a match for her. Damn it. You can eat it whenever you want, but remember to eat it before bed. Well, Nian Nian can eat it before bathing, Wu Yuding reminded them. Zhuo Xiaoyan immediately understood. Okay, Mom. Actually, although Nian Nian cat smells nice, she smells really bad when she's cleansing her meridians. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. Hee hee. Zhuo Xiaoyan glared at him. Just you wait, dog. Mom and Dad left right after the parent-teacher conference, but I took a month off. I'll seal your cultivation first, then go bungee jump 8,848 meters. It had been a long time since he had experienced the taste of his limits, right? As for the 3rd drop, Zhuo Changlu said, Xiao Duo, you deal with it yourself. If you want to keep it for yourself, you can. For example, when you break through to the nascent soul transformation stage and suppress your Dantian, you can take a drop when you can't suppress it anymore. You can instantly evaporate some of the impure spiritual energy and then cultivate again to suppress it. However, at your current cultivation level, until you reach the peak of Returnance Profound, you're only allowed to consume 1 drop per cultivation level. Do you understand? Zhuo Zhonglu said solemnly. Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed. There's only this much. It'll be gone after one is consumed. How can I have more? Zhou Changlu snorted and didn't say a word. Do you think I don't know the two of you? Little Nianji is stronger and can be more stable, but little Zhuduo, this little puppy, is really tormenting the world. Zhou Changlu wouldn't be surprised if he really got more Jiuxiao spring water. After all, the legendary Jiuxiao spring water rotated in the sky, and no one knew where it would go. It rose and fell with fate. So Changlu wouldn't tell him that when he broke through to a certain cultivation level, the Jiuxiao spring water suddenly passed by his head and filled him with a mouthful of it. The spiritual effect of that mouthful of Jiuxiao spring water directly burned him from the ashes of that cultivation level to the peak of the sky realm. Damn, what was your cultivation level before? So Xiaoduo was fascinated and itchy. It should be the top of the continent, right? Or the top of the influential, or the heavenly king stage. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Zhuo Xiao's face was almost in front of Wu Yuding and Zhuo Zhonglu's. Please don't tell me that Nian Cat and I are actually the top second generation of this continent. Actually, you two are just biding your time and keeping a low profile. You're afraid that we'll become arrogant. So you've been hiding it all this time? Now that we're all grown up, it's time to let us know that we're the kind of second generation that others can't afford to offend. That's why. Zhuo Xiao's sparkling eyes were filled with anticipation. I really want to be one of those second generation. If I really am, then it'll be great. I'll carry my parents' flags and wander around the Astral Souls continent every day. That feeling, just thinking about it makes me drool. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were speechless. You guessed right, but we'll never tell you this kind of thing. Initially, he had been thinking about whether he should tell them the truth and tell them about his and his wife's identities, but now that they saw this guy's expression, the two of them were in no mood at all. They immediately extinguished that thought. If she really let him know the truth, from the looks of it, this little bastard might really start to lie on his parents' meritorious deeds and become a salted fish, never to think about growing up again, that he didn't need to act. He was just a good-for-nothing, a top-notch one. So Changlu could only think about it for a while. Then, he revealed a bitter smile. You're thinking too much. Your mother and I are actually two wanderers. It's just that our cultivations are passable. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian both perked up. Their parents were finally going to talk about their past. This was a rare thing. Wu Yuding was also thinking about it silently. She sighed at the right time and looked a little down. Back then, when your mother and I were about to break through to the sky realm, we encountered a strong enemy. Zhuo Zhonglu's face was filled with disappointment and frustration as he said, we all thought that we were going to be ranked among the top experts of the world just a moment ago. But reality gave us a head-on blow. A great battle directly knocked us down to the mortal world. We lost our martial arts foundation and were no different from ordinary people. The husband and wife lowered their heads at the same time and thought to themselves, what should we do next? Why didn't we think of this before? But after all, we have a strong foundation. Even if our foundation is damaged and we become ordinary, we still have a way to save ourselves. It's just that this method of experiencing the mortal world requires us to grind away the evil spirit and hatred in our hearts. We also need to let ourselves experience the great Tao and shed our spirit before we can hope to recover. Wu Yuding continued to make up the story. Now, we've experienced the cultivation of the mortal world and the tempering of our souls. Finally, we're about to achieve perfection. Zhuo Changlu sighed softly as if he was lamenting. In fact, he really couldn't make up any more stories at this point. He didn't know what else to make up. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were filled with righteous indignation. Mom, Dad, who beat you up back then? Who's our family's enemy? The siblings rubbed their fists and palms together. Who dared to beat my parents? Oof. I swear I'm not human if I don't take revenge. Zhuo Changlu's eyes lit up. He murmured, even if your mother and I can recover our cultivation and have a chance to enter the Tao again, our foundation is too damaged. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to take revenge in this lifetime. Even if we recover, it'll be difficult for us to improve. If we want to take revenge, we really have to rely on you too. This seemed to be a small goal for the little dog. So what Xiaoduo said with a murderous aura. Who is it? Dad, you just have to tell us the name. We'll naturally tell you when your cultivation reaches a certain level. Our enemy was already a Skysoar realm cultivator back then. It's useless for you to know now, and it'll only add to your troubles. Moreover, in the past 20 years, we haven't made any progress, but that doesn't mean the enemy hasn't made any progress. Especially since the enemy is also a rare genius. Perhaps his cultivation has improved more than just a single step. Wu Yuting sighed. Who cares how high his cultivation is? Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo shared a common hatred for their enemy. Their faces were filled with an expression of, I swear I'm not human if I don't take revenge. Done. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuting looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Well, we've completed the final stage of training this time, which is the final stage of recovering our cultivation. So Changlu coughed and said, at that time, we might fake our deaths. You two don't have to be sad about this. It's pointless to be sad. Fake our deaths? So Xiaoyan frowned. Something didn't feel right. So Xiaoduo also widened his eyes. Both of them had the same feeling. Could it be that Dad and Mom had contracted some terminal illness or had a relapse of their old injuries? Were they using this as an excuse to not be sad? So Xiaoduo hurriedly used his Providence points and physiognomy to look carefully. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. He still couldn't see anything. Don't worry. Zhou Changlu laughed and said, it's just that they're not breathing and have turned into a corpse. They just look like a dead person. What? Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan exclaimed at the same time. Then, within a day, the corpse will completely evaporate and turn into specks of light, melting into the void. That's when we'll go back. Zhou Changlu said, do you understand now? A corpse. The two of them became even more nervous. Don't worry. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were still nervous. The ominous shadow shrouded their hearts and was difficult to erase. Then when will you come back? Zhou Xiaoduo sensitively grasped the key point. We've never had a similar experience before. Well, we've just recovered. I'm afraid we'll need about 3 years to consolidate our cultivation. Zhou Changlu coughed and said without changing his expression, but you can rest assured that we'll call you as soon as we go back. Call? What kind of explanation is that? Zhou Xiaoyan said suspiciously. Don't tell me you recorded it in advance. Wu Yuting smiled and rubbed Zhou Xiaoyan's head. You're overthinking. Don't you know how to ask questions? Can't you tell the difference between a dead person and a living person? Even if you're an artificial intelligence, you won't have all kinds of personal habits, right? Zhou Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. That's true. What if you forget? Zhou Xiaoduo still felt that this matter was too mysterious. Fake death and come back to life, the disappearance of the physical body, and the resurrection of the dead. Why did it sound so unreliable? It was too mysterious. How is that possible? Wu Yuting said angrily. How can I not want my own child? Chapter 714. Zhou Xiaoduo muttered, who knows? Maybe you two will be so happy together that you'll forget about us. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuting were speechless. That's what happened anyway. Zhou Changlu said angrily, I told you in advance because I didn't want you two to be sad. Look at how suspicious you two are. Are you going to interrogate me and your mother like prisoners? We wouldn't dare. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan lowered their heads at the same time. I don't think we should have told them. It doesn't seem like a big deal to let you two wear mourning clothes and cry. When we come back, won't the result be the same? Is this worth lying to you? We're just afraid that you two will be too upset. Wu Yuting said with amusement. That's true. The two felt that this sentence made sense and finally felt relieved. So before we leave, we have to settle some things first. Wu Yuting said, the first thing is the marriage between the two of you. Marriage. Zhou Xiaoyan's whole body burned when she heard this. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly smiled and was overjoyed. If Nian Nian or Duo has someone else in your heart, then let's not talk about it. And from today onwards, you're not allowed to have any improper thoughts. Wu Yuding said seriously, since the four of us are here today, let's cut the Gordian knot and set the tone. Nian Yin, do you have someone else you like? Zhua Xiaoyan's little head was almost hanging on her towering chest. Her voice was like a mosquito's buzz. No. What about Xiao Duo? Wu Yuding asked. Zhua Xiao Duo puffed out his chest and raised his head. His face was full of heroism. Mom, I like Nian Yin cat. Zhua Xiaoyan covered her face. What about Nian Yin? Do you like dogs? Wu Yuding asked. I'll listen to Mom. Zhua Xiaoyan's voice was low and delicate. She lowered her head, and it was obvious that even her neck and ears were red. Then it settled. Wu Yuding didn't hesitate and made the decision. Today, I'll let you two get engaged. This time, not only did Zhua Xiaoyan's neck and ears turn red, but even her exposed wrists and fingers turned red. However, he did not object. Long live Mama. Long live Daddy. Zhua Xiaoduo cheered. At this moment, Zhua Xiaoduo was so happy that he was about to explode. He rushed forward and kissed Zhua Chonglu and Wu Yuding more than 10 times in a row. He kissed Zhua Chonglu and Wu Yuding so much that their faces were covered in saliva. Both of them looked at him with disdain. Sit tight. Yeah. He hurriedly sat up straight and felt his heart beating wildly. He thought to himself, what should I say as the opening speech on the wedding night? Today, I'll let you two get engaged, but there's one thing you two need to hear clearly and remember. Wu Yuding said seriously, you still have 2 years to repent. In these 2 years, both of you can regret it. Huh? Zhua Xiaoduo was a little dumbfounded again. Mom, my dear Mom, what do you mean by a period of regret? You're making my heart beat faster again. Now, to be honest, both of you are still undecided. Wu Yuding looked at Zhua Xiaoyan. The world is unpredictable, and the future is even more unpredictable. Little Gouda is our son, and we will do our best to take care of him. However, your dad and I are most worried about you, silly girl, hypnotizing yourself with things like repaying kindness and wronging yourself. Do you understand? You're also our daughter, whether you become our daughter-in-law in the future or not. Mom, I won't. Zhua Xiaoyan blushed and looked up. Now is not the time to say whether you will or not. Another thing we're worried about is that you two may only be siblings. Even though your cultivation is much higher than ordinary people, and your strength is not bad, when it comes to temperament and experience, you're still young people in your 20s. After living together for so many years, you may not be able to distinguish personal feelings from family. So, today is just a talk. In the future, you still have 2 years to define your feelings for each other. Recognize your own feelings. 2 years is not a long time, but it's not short either. If it can't be transformed into feelings between a man and a woman, there's no need to delay each other. But if it's confirmed, it won't delay the New Year painting. Wu Yuding was very domineering. It's settled then. Both of you don't have any objections, right? Zhua Xiaoduo rushed to raise his hand. I don't have any objections. I don't have any objections either. Zhua Xiaoyan's voice was very weak. If one didn't listen carefully, it was almost impossible to hear. Well, that's good, Wu Yuding said indifferently. I've already prepared the token. As she spoke, Wu Yuding took out a ring and gave it to Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan. Then Zhua Chonglu also took out a ring and read it to Zhua Xiaoduo. Zhua Xiaoyan's fingers were trembling. I represent the South, and your father represents the South. Put the rings on each other, and it'll be fine. Wu Yuding put on a straight face and said to Zhua Chonglu, in-law. Zhua Chonglu said with a straight face, in-law. The two shook hands. From now on, we're a family. Zhua Xiaoyan and Zhua Xiaoduo laughed at the same time. Zhua Xiaoyan, who was extremely shy just now, laughed until tears came out of her eyes. She grabbed Zhua Xiaoduo's left hand fiercely and put the ordinary-looking ring on it. She rolled her eyes and said fiercely, you better behave. Do you hear me? Zhua Xiaoduo put the ring on Zhua Xiaoyan's hand and promised repeatedly, I'll behave. I'll behave. Do you see? Dad's example today will be my example tomorrow. Think about it. Aren't you moved? With a husband like this, what else can I ask for? Puffed. Zhou Xiaoyan burst out laughing again. Zhou Chonglu's face twisted and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled apologetically and raised his face to show an obedient and cute smile. He showed that he was innocent and had no other intentions. He definitely did not mean to mock his father. After all, his father's example today would be his tomorrow. The wedding ceremony is complete, Wu Yuting announced. Why is it so fast? Zhou Xiaoduo was a little dissatisfied. He smacked his lips and said, Don't we have to kiss or something? In your dreams. Zhou Xiaoyan raised her head and made a funny face with a blushing face. She lowered her head and quietly turned the ring on her hand. Her heart was indescribably calm and peaceful. She remembered that when she was in Phoenix City, she heard a few teachers from the Star Martial Arts Academy talking about marriage. She remembered one of the words especially clearly. It was engraved in her heart. It's understandable for young people to pursue love. However, love has a freshness period. After a few years of marriage, love will enter a period of weakness. At this time, there will be constant quarrels and conflicts. After these quarrels and conflicts are over, it means that the most dangerous stage of love has passed. At that time, love will turn into family love. Love that can be successfully transformed into family love has the foundation to grow old together. If it can't be successfully transformed, most of them will face divorce and separation. Then, the lover who made the pledge of eternal love will turn into a passerby or an enemy. Being willful before marriage is emotional. However, being willful after marriage is the trigger for divorce. Therefore, the interpretation of love at every stage of life is different. It depends on what you want in life. When Zhou Xiaoyan heard this, she was 17 years old and Zhou Xiaoduo was only 14. At that time, she thought a lot. What Zhou Xiaoyan envied and yearned for the most was her parents. Wu Yuting and Zhou Chonglu's way of getting along. They talked and laughed. Her mother was always gentle and her father was always good-tempered. Even if there were occasional conflicts, it was always her mother who was shouting and her father who was softening. However, no matter what happened, it was always her father who took care of her mother. That many times she felt that her mother was very happy and she was very envious. There was no pledge of eternal love. There were very few mushy words between the husband and wife. However, every little bit of life experience forged an unbreakable relationship between husband and wife. When she thought of building a family with strangers and breaking into the state of her parents, Zhou Xiaoyan shuddered. Then, she remembered that she once said when she was young, Mom, I'll be your daughter-in-law when I grow up. Therefore, she started to have little thoughts. Of course, at that time, Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't cultivate, yet the gap was too big. Every time she brought it up, she would be scolded by her parents. Zhou Xiaoyan had no choice but to not bring it up. She wanted to wait until she grew up. She didn't expect that little doggy could cultivate all of a sudden. Moreover, his cultivation progress was so fast that it was beyond her imagination. This sudden change was simply a blessing from the heavens for Zhou Xiaoyan. She was even more determined that she and little doggy would be as happy as her parents in the future. That anyway, the woman is the head of the family. So what if little doggy's cultivation is not as good as mine? Even if his cultivation is very high, I'm the one who can bully him. As little doggy's cultivation progress got faster and faster, he became more and more handsome. That sometimes Zhou Xiaoyan was secretly happy. She was inexplicably happy. Every time she thought of Zhou Xiaoduo, Zhou Xiaoyan would feel unusually at ease. No matter how mischievous he was, she only needed to feel at ease and happy when she was with him. The corners of her eyes couldn't help but curve when she saw him. Beating him up would make her feel very happy. Of course, this didn't mean that Zhou Xiaoyan was deeply in love with Zhou Xiaoduo. She was far from that level. As Wu Yuting said, the two of them were still half-grown children. Their outlook on life, values, morals, and worldview were all immature. They also didn't know much about their own feelings. It could only be said that if Zhuoxiaonian and Zhuoxiaoduo were allowed to live like this for the rest of their lives, Zhuoxiaonian felt that she wouldn't oppose it. She wouldn't have any thoughts of opposing it. She didn't even have a reason to oppose it. Zhuoxiaonian really didn't have any thoughts of repaying the debt of gratitude. In her heart, she was a member of this family. There was no such thing as repaying a debt of gratitude. She definitely wouldn't sacrifice her happiness for the sake of repaying a debt of gratitude. The main reason why she thought this way and wanted to do this was that she felt very comfortable and at ease when she was with little doggy. That was all. You don't have to wear these 2 rings. They're just 2 very ordinary rings. Wu Yuding said, "You just need to remember that one day, when you are faced with a life-threatening situation, there are 2 jade pendants inside. Just break these 2 jade pendants." Chapter 715. Zhuoxiaoduo put it away happily and said, "So Mom and Dad gave us a protective talisman each." He stood up and bowed, saying, "Hello, father-in-law, mother-in-law." Wahaha. Zhuoxiaonian blushed and hit him twice. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chonglu also hit him with a black face. If they didn't beat him up, they wouldn't be angry. After the 3 of them taught Zhuoxiaoduo a lesson together, the 3 of them laughed together on the sofa. Then, Zhuoxiaoduo stood up and removed his hand from his head. He suggested excitedly, "Today is a big day. Let's go out for a meal as a family." The 3 of them agreed happily. So, the family left Li Chenglong, who had just finished school, and went to rank 1 in the firmament. Today was a happy occasion for his family, so Zhuoxiaoduo left Li Chenglong alone. Li Chenglong was behind him, looking confused. "You're not bringing me to a meal?" Also, his eyes were dazzled. Who was this fairy-like little sister? Looking at Zhuo's happy face, could she be Zhuo's wife? Thinking about it, it was very possible. Li Chenglong immediately wrote a message and sent it to the class group. "Big news, big news. Zhuo's wife is here." Suddenly, the class group boiled like boiling water in a pot of oil. "Damn, Zhuo has a wife. Our great garrison store sends congratulations. We're shocked. Our Dafeng High sends congratulations. We're shocked. What does she look like? Do you have a picture?" No pictures, no truth. Begging for Vice Principal Li to show us a picture. Naked in a world of ice and snow, 3,000 meters high in the sky, 350 turned around, kneeling on glass shards, begging for a picture. Same. All the students in Class 1 were amazed. At this age, each and every one of them was filled with yearning for the opposite sex. Moreover, each and every one of them already had someone in their heart. Only class monitor Zhuoxiaoduo acted alone and led the iron and steel hierarch on a rampage. Li Chenglong was an idiot. Everyone in the class had already come to a conclusion. However, class rep's stubbornness made everyone puzzled. Now that he saw the news, he finally understood. It turned out that it wasn't that Zhuo Dabin didn't want to be tempted, but he already had, oh my god. This was really big news. What kind of woman could make Zhuo Dabin, who was as cheap as a bitch, protect his chastity like jade? The curiosity of the entire class had reached the point of bursting. Li Chenglong, you want to see my photos? Below there were dozens of I wants. Li Chenglong sent out a voice message and chuckled. Red packet. Exclusive red packet. Without a red packet, what's the point of revealing a photo? It won't drop even if we don't have enough red packets. Instantly, exclusive red packets flew all over the class group. Some of the more impatient ones even sent out a few exclusive red packets. Everyone was not short of money. Li Chenglong received tens of thousands of red packets. After receiving the red packets, Li Chenglong went offline. His phone was turned off. Wahaha, that felt good. Class 1 waited for a while, and then waited again. Countless people started to Li Chenglong, but there was no response. After a full 20 minutes, someone sent a message with a weird emoji. Li Chenglong turned off his phone instantly. Everyone was in an uproar. Li Chenglong, just you wait. Many people were roaring. First, great heavens. This meal was very comfortable. Zhuo Chonglu and his wife were the same as usual. Zhuo was also overjoyed and was more talkative than usual. Only Zhuo Xiaoyan's attitude was more shy. She couldn't let go. The first half of the meal was quiet. At most, she would cover her mouth and smile occasionally. Ha! Mom, look at Nian Mao. When she was the daughter of the Zhuo family, she was so fierce. Now that she's the daughter-in-law of the Zhuo family, she changed immediately. She's like a lady from a respectable family. Zhuo Duo's death-seeking provocation finally caused Zhuo Xiaoyan to fly into a rage out of humiliation. He immediately rushed over and gave Zhuo Xiaoyan a good beating. After that, he became much more natural and even took the initiative to ask for a drink. After drinking a few cups of wine, he completely let go of himself. Zhuo Xiaoyan crossed her legs and said in high spirits, "Mom, you should have agreed long ago. If you find another daughter-in-law, she can't serve you so well like me." Wu Yuting squinted her eyes. Just now, this girl was still so shy. He had only admired her for a few minutes. Why did she suddenly turn on her shameless mode? The shy atmosphere from the engagement lasted for such a short while. You see, I can cook and do laundry. I can make the bed and fold the quilt. I can also give you massages. In the future, you won't have any conflicts with your daughter-in-law. Zhuo Xiaoyan giggled and said, "Where else can you find such a good daughter-in-law like me? What if the little puppy is blind and finds a fierce one? Won't you be angry every day when you see her?" Wu Yuting snorted and said disdainfully, "As if you're not fierce. My son has been beaten by you since he was young. Why don't you say that? Do you think I don't care?" Zhuo Xiaoyan was excited. She moved closer to Wu Yuting and said, "In the future, I'll give birth to your son's children. Why don't you tell me how much I've sacrificed? I've beaten him up all these years. Just think of it as interest in advance." Wu Yuting snorted and said, "Daughter, let's be more reserved. We can talk about anything, but we should be more reserved. You're still a virgin. How can you talk about giving birth to children?" Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled into Wu Yuting's arms and said, "I'm not reserved. That's what you taught me." On the other side, the father and son looked at each other with a smile. For the first time, Zhuo Changlu raised his wine glass and drank with his son. "Son, you've grown up. Remember to be more mature in the future. You really need to change your greedy and stingy habit." Zhuo Changlu sighed as he spoke. He thought of his temper. Many years ago, many elders had said, "No matter where you go, there's not enough ground for you to scrape. You need to change your temper. You'll suffer losses." He agreed every time, but it seemed that he hadn't changed. In fact, it seemed to be getting worse. Yes, I'll change." Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed repeatedly. He was beaming with joy. In fact, he didn't hear what his father said. He felt that today was the second peak of his life. Yes, of course, the first was the wedding night. However, when there was a second, there would naturally be a first. This kid was probably already drunk before he even had the chance to drink. It was the textbook case that alcohol didn't intoxicate him, but he got himself drunk. When you're an adult in the future, you need to act like one, is what Changlu taught him. So Xiaoduo downed a glass of wine. Suddenly, he jumped onto the chair and announced loudly, "No matter how old I am, I'll always be Mom, Dad, and Sister Nian Yin's puppy. Woof, woof, woof." Puffed. Ha ha. The three of them swayed left and right. That night, the family of four had dinner. They ate until 11:30 p.m. They laughed heartily and felt warm and comfortable. On the way back, Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head and pretended to be drunk. He tried to grab Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand, but Zhuo Xiaoyan shook his hand off. After walking a few steps, he tried again, but was shaken off again. He tried again, shaken off again, and tried again. Finally, after countless attempts, Zhuo Xiaoyan's white and tender hand was held in his hand. She stopped struggling and stopped moving. Zhuo Xiaoyan pretended as if nothing had happened as he held her hand and walked forward. Her face was red and her heart was thumping, but she pretended to be calm. Speaking of which, the two of them had held hands and walked together. Since they were young, they had lost count of how many times they had done it. However, this time, it seemed to have a different meaning. Even the mood was completely different, and the feeling was even more different. Originally, When they held hands, they didn't feel anything. However, when they held hands this time, they felt as if they were being electrocuted. It was amazing. It was just a few words, 2 rings, and a ceremony, but it changed the original feeling. And the change was so huge. Zhuoxiaoduo had a silly smile on his face. His mouth was on his cheeks as he held Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand. One of his feet was high, and the other was low. It was as if he was stepping softly on the clouds, and his whole body was light as a feather. He didn't seem to care about the flashing neon lights and the coming and going of the crowd. It was as if there were only 2 people left in the world, and they were walking hand in hand. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo only wanted to stand at the highest point of the city and shout, "Do you see this? This is my wife. Is she beautiful? Is she beautiful? My mom has been keeping her for me since I was young." Zhuoxiaoduo was dreaming and laughing like a fool as he walked. Zhuo Xiaoyan had already looked at him a few times. When she saw his idiotic expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't know why, but her heart was filled with sweetness. This sweetness was a wonderful feeling that she had never tasted before. In the sweetness, there was a mixture of satisfaction. She no longer felt lost in her previous life. In a trance, she realized that there was a broad road under her feet that led to the endless distance. Whether it was in her heart or in her feet, there was no longer any confusion or uncertainty. She just had to go. "Ha ha, I'm a puppy." Zhuoxiaoduo, who was beside her, suddenly let out a wild laugh that shocked many people. Countless people looked sideways at him. This declaration was really earth-shattering. No one knew what this guy was thinking at the moment. In short, he just looked like an idiot outside the house. For a moment, Zhuo Xiaoyan felt that she was going to die of embarrassment. She shook off this idiot and walked side by side with Wu Yuding. They quickly left the scene of idiocy. Zhuo Changlu sighed. His son was dumbfounded. Watching the mother and daughter walk further and further away, Zhuo Changlu solemnly warned Zhuoxiaoduo, who had woken up but was still laughing foolishly. "Remember, now, there's more affection between siblings and less affection between men and women. You can't force Nian. Understand?" "Understood." Zhuoxiaoduo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He smiled foolishly. "I'll wait for her to come and force me." Zhuo Changlu almost kicked him. He held back his anger and said, "If you dare to force her, I'll kill you." Zhuoxiaoduo had a silly smile on his face as he said happily, "Dad, I understand. You want to give Sister Nian time to regret so that she won't be muddle-headed and mistake sibling love for love, wasting her life. I understand, but I won't let her regret it. Don't worry." Zhuoxiaoduo said, "Father-in-law, Elder Taishan." Chapter 716. Bang! Zhuo Changlu's long-awaited kick was finally unleashed. Zhuoxiaoduo flew out like a toad. It seemed like this was the first time Zhuo Changlu had kicked someone. It was the first time, but it might not be the last time. Starlight Mountains. The Astral Souls, Tao League, and Umno Alliance had not stopped working during this period of time. They did not waste any time at all. It was the first time for many of the elite fighters transferred from the 4 military camps and the long-term frontline personnel of the Wizard Alliance to cooperate with their previous enemies. They had to work together in order to complete the task as soon as possible. They worked together to cleanse the blue sky with their murderous aura. To be honest, this feeling was really weird. It was even a little fucked up. Yesterday, I scolded his ancestors on the battlefield. He slashed me, and I slashed him with my axe. Today, we're here to explore the ruins together. A general glanced at the general of the Wizard Alliance next to him while he was working. His eyes were full of malicious intentions as he glared at the general. Go back and continue to beat him up. What's the big deal? Let's work first, then we don't have to look at him anymore. What's the saying? You stare into the abyss, and the abyss stares back at you. It's like when you look at him from the corner of your eyes, he looks at you from the corner of his eyes and talks to the people next to him. Fuck, that bastard must be cursing me. The generals of the Umno Alliance felt very strange at this moment. As the saying went, everyone had the same thought. Everyone felt the same way. Someone had already started to invite him. Hey, that guy over there, Taimeng Ru, he beat me until I vomited blood 2 days ago. Are you satisfied? Do you want a drink tonight? Do you think I won't beat you up at the table? On the other side, no problem. We're in the astral souls. This is my home. I'll treat you to a drink. Let's see who gets drunk first. When we're done and satisfied, we'll work harder next time. Great. Haha. I have countless enemies in the astral souls. Who wants to treat me to a drink? Is there anyone here? Fuck off. I have countless enemies. Do you think I'm giving you face? In short, it was a clamor. Everywhere was like this. Right now, the three sides are all mixed up. You had me, and I had him. It was hard to tell which side was which, and which side was the way. To be honest, these people who had been fighting on a battlefield for a long time, no matter how elegant and graceful they were, would quickly become full of vulgarities. If they didn't spit out vulgarities, they wouldn't open their mouths to speak. There was probably no other reason. In this kind of situation, not knowing how to scold people was a huge disadvantage. More than 99% of the veteran generals could swear for an hour without repeating themselves. The remaining 1% had basically reached the point where he could curse for 3 hours without repeating it. There were even people who were tirelessly researching how to create new scolding words. Regarding this, many ordinary people in the astral souls often felt puzzled and even despised it. Logically speaking, soldiers should be more cultured. Why do they have so many vulgarities when they open their mouths? But as long as you were in the kind of life and death situation where you could go back and forth in a second, you would know, understand, and understand. I might be on the battlefield tomorrow, and you still want to talk to me about being civilized and polite? The next moment, I'll be a pile of meat paste in the hands of the other party. At this moment, according to your thoughts, shouldn't you say, hello, thank you for your hard work? After being used to life and death for a long time, these people had seen through everything. Most people didn't feel anything when they were scolded in front of their ancestors. Scold. See if I don't chop you to death with my axe. It was different from the people in the mainland who would fly into a rage when they heard a word of sarcasm. Here, they were already very calm and collected. They completely ignored it and just wanted to kill. Just like now, when facing a mortal enemy, they worked together to complete a goal. They only felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts, but there was no sense of resistance. Everyone knew in their hearts that completing this mission was only because of the military order. After completing this mission, they would still go out and chop each other. Their standpoints would still be completely different, and they would still be on opposite sides. They couldn't be reconciled. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity to drink a glass of wine with the person they were about to kill or the person they were about to kill, wasn't it a wonderful feeling? This was a fucking rare experience. Many people would say, you have a blood feud with each other, but you can still drink and laugh. This sentence actually didn't exist. On the real battlefield, there was no such thing as hatred. There was only life and death. Life and death really didn't matter. It didn't matter if you chopped me to death, but one day, you would also be chopped to death. There were very few frontline soldiers who could go to the battlefield alive, less than 1 in 10. Of course, they were angry and sad when their fellow soldiers died in battle, but they didn't have any hatred. They weren't fighting for themselves. I'll just get back what I lost for my brother. And this kind of mood and feeling was the kind of emotion that people who didn't have special experience would never understand in their lifetime. This became the reason for their scolding, and it was also very strange. Don't persuade people to do good if you haven't experienced hardships. Don't laugh if you haven't experienced life and death. These people belonged to the kind of people who said that they had experienced hundreds of battles would be an insult. Each of them had at least 100,000 blood debts in their hands, and the evil spirit on their bodies had already formed a blood cloud. Thousands of people erupted at the same time, and the blood cloud suddenly soared to the sky, straight to the heavens, and dyed the sky red. When everyone's baleful aura soared to a certain height, they all felt a strong obstruction. Then everyone simultaneously gathered their energy, gathered their power and gathered their power and stopped the blood cloud in midair. They didn't even need to be ordered and were as orderly as a guard of honor. The next moment, roar! Everyone exhaled and roared at the same time. The blood cloud was like the rising tide of the sea, rising wave after wave in the sky, as if it was competing with the sky peak, and each wave was higher than the previous one. Below on the mountaintop, countless people were looking up. These were their respective troops, or the families of skilled craftsmen selected from the continent. They were only waiting for the space relic to appear, and then they would go forward to try to crack it. This continued for about a day and a night. In the early morning of this day, when the sky had just begun to brighten, as the blood cloud erupted violently like never before. Clang! The crisp sound of a bell rang out. This bell was melodious and intense, as if it came from ancient times, but also as if it had existed since ancient times. It rang clearly in everyone's heart. Everyone felt their minds clear up for a moment at this moment. On the peak, the 11 Grand Magi, the 7 swords of the Tao League, stood up together. Their expressions were solemn as they looked at the position in the sky where the bell rang. Their expressions were very ugly. That kind of nervousness. A few people's eyes widened the moment they heard the bell. Even the pores on their faces seemed to open, and there was a hair-raising feeling. Emperor Zhai Xing, the left and right heavenly kings, and the others were puzzled. Compared to these old monsters who had lived for countless years, the top powerhouses of the Astral Souls continent were all rising stars, and their knowledge was relatively limited. What's wrong? Emperor Zhai Xing frowned and asked. In fact, he already had a vague guess in his heart, but he was unwilling to believe it, because that was too cruel. For the 11 Grand Magi and the 7 Swords of the Tao League to have such a reaction at the same time, something big must have happened. Hopefully, it wasn't what he thought. This ruin doesn't belong to the ruins of the Magi, Tao, or Astral Souls. It's the space domain of the Demon Alliance. Tension appeared on the face of the Great Witch of Fire, and there was even a faint trace of fear. That bell just now, is it the legendary? The Fire Grand Magi's face was filled with indescribable awe as he slowly said, "The sound of the Dongwang bell." Dongwang. Yu Xingqian felt a sudden jolt in his head, and he instantly felt a dazzling dislocation. Indeed, the worst-case scenario had occurred. Could it be that this is the legendary Dongwang spatial ruin? Emperor Zhai Xing, Yu Xingqian, was one of the few people with the highest cultivation in the Astral Souls continent, but now his palms were sweating and his mouth was dry. He even stuttered. Impossible. The Fire Grand Magi slowly shook his head, staring at the sky, and slowly said, "If it's the Dongwang ruins, even if we gather all of our strength, it's difficult to break. Here. As he said, he swallowed his saliva and said with his eyes staring straight, "We need more reference." The Ice Abyss Grand Magi's whole body was covered with frost. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "However, the place where the Dongwang Bell is located is not set up by ordinary demon clans. This means that the Demon Alliance is about to return. Otherwise, the Demon League's ruins wouldn't have appeared under the suppression of the Dongwang Bell. It's because I sensed it that I was able to reappear in this world. What will happen if the demon clans return?" Yu Xingqian looked serious. Grand Magi Dan Kong sneered and said, "Nothing much. It's just adding another party to the war in addition to the existing 3 parties. It's just a fight. If the Demon Emperor really returns in a big way, our Lord Zhu will also come out again. At that time, Yu Xingqian imagined that situation. Suddenly, his whole body turned cold, and his whole body stiffened on the spot. Even his breathing seemed to be gone. Yu Dantian took a deep breath and said, "How's his combat strength?" His question was out of the blue, but everyone understood what he meant. The Ice Abyss Grand Magi's face suddenly darkened. The King of Zwulu asked, "I heard that the flood which has come out again. How is his current cultivation compared to the Demon Emperor? Can it be compared?" The Fire Grand Magi looked bitter and said with a bitter smile, 2 words can answer your question. The king of Zwolu said in a deep voice. May I ask what 2 words it is? The Fire Grand Magi's face twisted, and he said word by word, Ha! Ha! Ha ha! What did these 2 words mean? That was clear to everyone. In an instant, everyone's mood was suppressed to the extreme by these 2 words. Please vote. I'll try my best. In this chapter, the real framework and plot of the heterodox world finally began. Are you excited? Chapter 717. The blood cloud stirred and made a buzzing sound. Everyone looked up at the same time. The blood cloud formed by the monstrous, murderous aura was still rolling and steaming, trying to rise up, but there seemed to be an unshakable mountain range above the void. It could not rush up, and it was difficult to cross the other side of the natural moat. Legend has it that the ancient liches were mortal enemies. Yu Xingqian murmured. The Fire Witch sneered. The Demon Clan and any other race are mortal enemies. In ancient times, the Demon Clan was the master of heaven and earth. Wu people, elves, and demons. They're just food for the Demon Clan. Why? You still want to ally with the Demon Clan? The Fire Witch sneered. Just as he was talking, above, the Flood Witch, who had been standing at the highest point, suddenly shouted, All of you go. Okay. The 7 swords of the Tao League, the 10 great witches, the left and right heavenly kings, the 4 great commanders, and so on, all flew down together and joined their respective military formations. They commanded together, exploded with murderous aura, and charged into the void forcefully. With the addition of these people, the rising momentum of the blood cloud was unprecedented, and it rose steadily. However, even if everyone worked together, it was still as if they were holding something as heavy as a mountain. They were barely holding on, and it was difficult to cope. As time passed, everyone felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing on their chests, and they couldn't breathe. On the peak of the Starlight Mountains, the wind whistled back and forth. The Flood, which stood alone on the top of the mountain. He stood upright, his messy hair fluttering in the wind, and his robe was blown by the wind, making a popping sound. It was as if his whole person was a mountain. He was the sky. He was God. His gaze was solemn, and a sudden sense of oppression made his face a little heavy. He slowly stretched out his hands, and with a flash of black light, he was already holding the pair of invincible 1,000 souls nightmare hammers in his hands. He slowly spread them out, one left and one right, one hammer pointed to the sky and the other to the ground. That was the starting gesture of the 1,000 souls nightmare hammers. The Flood Witch stared at the empty space in front of her without blinking. The gale suddenly increased in intensity, producing a crazy shio-shio sound. At the top of the mountain, several iron trees that were still standing after countless years of being hit by meteorites were actually chopped into sawdust by the crazy wind blades. Branches were separated from a main body in a short period of time, flying to God knows where. Even the main trunk was slowly tilting under the impact of the numerous wind blades. All of a sudden, the main body of the ironwood broke apart and flew away with the hurricane. Roar! Below, the great witch of raging fire looked up to the sky and roared. The 10 great witches roared at the same time. Together, the tens of thousands of experts present, the experts of the 3 clans of the Sorcerer Tao and Human Tao, roared in unison. They used all their strength to release the greatest aura they had ever released. An unprecedented ferocious aura suddenly rushed up. Screech! The clear voice of a phoenix could be heard faintly. After that, there was a bang, and a strong light appeared in midair. It was extremely brilliant and dazzling, and it actually caused everyone present to be blinded. The dazzling light shone and shone for thousands of miles. Thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious colors. A majestic and magnificent palace gate suddenly appeared in midair. It was suspended in midair, and it looked extremely sacred and solemn. A golden gate that seemed to connect heaven and earth emitted a golden light. The next moment, the gate suddenly opened. A majestic demonic aura suddenly rolled out. A black shadow rushed out with a whoosh. The flood which roared and suddenly rose from the ground. She shouted, "Hammer!" Her whole body rolled up into a violent whirlwind that went straight to the 9 levels of heaven. The moment she moved in the air, she had already stopped the hurricane in the sky. Within 1,000 miles, all the energy of heaven and earth turned into a vortex in an instant, and all of it condensed on the pair of hammers. With a bang, it turned into a sky-high black gas, and with the power that could break the sky, it smashed towards the flood witch. 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, full attack. At this moment, a radius of 3,000 miles was shrouded in darkness, that in Fenghai City. So Changlu and his wife, who had just returned from a walk, were looking at a certain place in the sky in the courtyard. It should be over there. The strong wind made their clothes flutter, and their eyes were solemn. I hope it's the remains of the Umno Alliance, or the Human Tao League. It doesn't matter, even if it's the elves. So Changlu said softly. As long as it's not from the Demon Alliance, it's fine. Wu Yuting smiled bitterly. I'm afraid things will go against our wishes. Everything has its own fate. The Demon Alliance is about to return. There's a reason why the remains appeared at this time. Zhuo Changlu shook his head and didn't speak. His face was rarely gloomy. In the early hours of the morning, the sky was exceptionally cold, and the moment the dawn rose, a bell suddenly rang. It was distant and clear, as if it was ringing on the horizon, as if it was ringing outside the 9 levels of heaven, and as if it was ringing in everyone's heart. Zhuo Changlu and his wife's faces suddenly changed. What's that sound? Wu Yuting's heart trembled, and her beautiful eyes stared into the distance. It's so powerful. A corner of the Tao realm shackles in my heart had already been broken, but this bell actually broke another corner of the remaining shackles. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Things really go against our wishes. What we fear will happen. The remains of the Demon Alliance just have to appear. Zhuo Zhonglu's face was filled with bitterness as he said, "Since the beginning of time, there has only been one bell that can affect our Tao hearts with just a slight sound." Wu Yuting blurted out in surprise, "Dong Wang's bell?" Her eyes instantly became deep, and she couldn't help but turn back and look at the villa. Among them were his son and daughter. They were still in the prime of their youth. If Dong Wang really returned. "Don't worry," Zhuo Changlu said softly. Dong Wang didn't ring the bell himself. Otherwise, the sound wouldn't just stop here. I think it should be a secret realm of the Demon Clan. The reason why Dong Wang's bell rang is probably because of the command left behind by the Demon Clan in the world. This bell, although clear to the ear, is actually very weak. It should be a trace of aftertaste left behind by some expert of the Demon Alliance when Dong Wang rang the bell with Dong Wang's consent. It's the alarm bell of the entire secret realm. So Zhonglu faintly said, "If it's really the Eastern Emperor who's ringing the bell, then this is going to be a big joke." And I should have been shaken back by the sound of the bell. Wu Yuting sucked in a cold breath. Trace. Aftertaste. If it was really just a trace of aftertaste, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Moreover, after the Great War, the top leaders of the various clans are all crippled and have fallen into a deep sleep. His Majesty Dong Wang should be no exception. Zhuo Changlu said. When he mentioned Dong Wang, his expression was still respectful, and he used honorifics. Suddenly, between heaven and earth, endless rays of light swept across the world. The whole world was filled with a magnificent light that was brighter than the scorching sun at noon. It appeared. Zhuo Changlu couldn't help but take a deep breath and murmured, "I just don't know if it's a relic or a secret realm. If it's a relic, the risk is not great, but the benefits are not small. But if it's a secret realm, of course, the benefits are more, but the risks that come with it will only be greater. But whether it's a relic or a secret realm, the moment it was discovered, it had already pointed out the coordinates of the continent of the Demon Alliance, which is now wandering in the starry sky." Zhuo Changlu's eyes were deep. "We can't wait anymore. This time, There are most a few months of buffer time when we go back to King Chi's tomb. If we still haven't found it, we have to return. From this moment on, the situation of the continent will be very different. The so-called astral souls will change the world. From now on, it will completely enter the mode of flesh and blood grinding. So Changlu gasped, and his voice was like a little choked in his throat as he said slowly, "Shout, Duo. Xiaonian, hurry up, grow up." Wu Yuting's warm and soft hand quietly reached into her husband's hand. Her 5 fingers held tightly, and she whispered softly, "We have cultivated hard all our lives and refined our hearts in the mortal world. Isn't it for this day?" Zhuo Changlu nodded slowly. At this moment, the hurricane that was blowing wildly in the sky came to an abrupt stop. It was as if someone had suddenly frozen the world, and even the sound of the wind that was blowing in the sky was frozen together. Then the whole world, from the extreme brightness just now, instantly turned into complete darkness. It actually turned from extreme brightness to endless darkness in an instant. Then, an earth-shattering power suddenly appeared. Even though it was so far away, it could still be faintly felt. Flood has made his move. Zhuanglu hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly heard a violent explosion from a distant place. Then, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The ground under their feet vibrated because of this earth-shattering blow. Countless high-rise buildings also shook as if they were about to collapse. The drama of power and influence was like this. With a whoosh, Xiaoduo ran out naked with only a pair of boxers on. "Dad, Mom." Seeing Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting, he was relieved. So Xiaoduo just felt that it was an earthquake just now, so he subconsciously ran to his parents' room. If his parents were hit by the earthquake at the critical moment of their recovery, it would be very bad that when he opened the door and saw that they were not there, he immediately ran out. Seeing that his parents were safe, he was finally relieved. At the peak of the starry mountains, in the air, the door opened, and a strong demonic aura suddenly rushed out. Then a ray of light instantly rushed out like a flowing light. As soon as it appeared, its body suddenly turned into a huge figure. Its whole body was pitch black, and its wings were just about to spread out. However, at this moment, the earth-shattering tornado created by the flood, which had already arrived, the hammer that shook the world and turned the world upside down, hit the head of the monster that had just appeared without any fancy moves. The huge hammer that was surrounded by a vast black light fiercely locked onto the demon that had suddenly appeared. The flood, which seemed to have only hit once, but this time she had used all her strength. Even Zhuo Changlu would never dare to take such a full-strength attack head-on when he was in his prime. One could imagine how powerful it was. Chapter 7:18. Boom. It was an extremely dull sound. A hammer the size of a small mountain formed from pure black gas smashed into the monster's head, knocking it down from the sky. The great flood, which was still unwilling to let go. The huge hammer pressed down firmly and fell down like a meteor falling all the way. The whole sky suddenly fell down as if it was collapsing. The 10 great shamans, the 7 swords, and the left and right heavenly kings attacked together. All of a sudden, they moved everyone on the ground. The next moment, after the earth-shattering rumble, the big bird-like monster was smashed down to the top of the mountain by the Flood Witch's hammer. At this moment, the mountains that were tens of thousands of feet tall collapsed as if they were made of flour. The Flood Demon God's figure was still so dazzling in the center of the collapsing mountains, and the black smoke that filled the sky was still so eye-catching. The hammer continued to fall. It gave people a feeling that this hammer was going to smash through the earth. It wouldn't stop until it reached its goal. A shrill scream sounded. Who is it? 3 black lights rushed up against the current. The flood, which let out a long scream. She used the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer again and smashed the 3 black lights into pieces. A shadow flashed in the soaring black gas. A pair of eyes looked at the flood, which in the void for a second. Then it suddenly dissipated. The Flood Witch laughed. "Ha ha ha, Kuan Peng. You also have a day like this." At this moment, the flood, which was standing in a super big pit that was 700 to 800 meters deep and 10,000 meters wide. She laughed wildly. The 1,000-feet-high mountain and the surrounding mountains were completely destroyed by her hammer. The residual force even smashed the ground into a big lake. It was really destroying the world and rebuilding the universe. Under her feet was an extremely huge demonic beast. It was shaped like a big fish but had wings. At this moment, the body of this huge demonic beast was slowly turning into flowing light and dissipating bit by bit. The fire witch jumped up in surprise. "Big brother, is it Koen Pung? Did he die?" The flood witch shook her head and said, "Don't be so optimistic. It's just a strand of Koen Peng's primordial spirit. It's worlds apart from his true body." Hearing this, the great fire witch's expression turned to disappointment, and he said, "Oh." Looking at the huge demonic beast that was slowly melting in the big pit, the great fire witch said, "What could be left behind?" The flood, which was also paying attention, she said indifferently, "A monster core must have been left behind. After all, this is where his primordial spirit resides. After being trapped in this palace for so many years, it's only right for him to cultivate a new monster core. It's a pity that it's not the Koen Peng's true body." The ice nether witch said bitterly. The flood witch snorted. She kept silent for a while, and then said in a low voice, "If this is the real Koen Peng, then the one lying down here is me." After a while, the Koen Peng completely turned into light spots and disappeared. Only an egg-sized bead was left behind. It was black and full of cracks. It actually self-destructed. The flood witch waved her hand and took in her hand. She couldn't help but sigh. If it self-destructed, it was already a waste. She couldn't get any aura of the Koen Peng from it. In midair, the majestic gate still existed. But after the Koen Peng rushed out, it quietly closed. Let them try and see if they can reopen the gate without damaging it. The flood witch said indifferently, "This gate is made of primordial gold crystal. If the gate is damaged, I'm afraid the location will only be clearer." Of course, he could directly smash it with a hammer. But the result of doing so was equivalent to providing a more obvious coordinate for the continent of the Demon Alliance that was wandering in the starry sky. After listening to the flood witch's instructions, countless masters of the 3 continents flew up neatly. They stood in midair and looked at the huge pit on the ground. They were all in a daze. This was the real combat power of the flood witch. With just one hammer, she directly smashed the highest mountain within a radius of 10,000 miles into a lake. All the people who had encountered the flood great magus on the battlefield were drenched in cold sweat. Even the Emperor Zhai Xing's eyes were twitching when he looked at the lake. "Father, Yu Dongtian came over. Can you take this hammer?" Bang! Yu Dongtian covered his butt with his hands and rolled away, but he was directly beaten up by the furious monarch Zhai Xing. Facing his son's question, the Emperor Zhai Xing didn't want to say anything other than beating him up. The situation of the continent has changed. The flood witch stood with her hands behind her back. She looked at the 7 swords of the Tao League and the leader of the Astral Souls and said indifferently, "Next, I'm afraid we have to pan for gold. Otherwise, we'll all die." The people in charge of the 2 continents didn't say anything with a dark expression. The flood witch said indifferently, "Our current combat power is too weak, whether it's you or us." She turned her head. "Lei Dao, your Tao League opened heavenly wind and guided the vitality of the 9 heavens back to the continent. Is there a problem?" Lei Dao's expression was unusually ugly. He was speechless for a long time. The flood witch snorted and said to the Emperor Zhai Xing, "Tell that bastard to end it quickly and come back quickly. This matter can't be settled without him." Fire Shaman hurriedly said, "Boss, Zhuo is now in Fenghai City. His son will have a parent-teacher conference in a few days. He's here for the parent-teacher conference." The flood witch slowly frowned. She twisted her neck and looked at Fire Shaman with a strange gaze. Fire Shaman quietly stepped back and shrunk his neck. "I didn't do it on purpose. I just had a meal with him the night before yesterday. That's all." Boom! The soul-stirring hammer from before appeared brazenly again. In front of everyone, it hammered Fire Shaman from the top of his head to his heel. He was directly smashed into a thin piece of paper on the ground. Looking at the color, it was exceptionally bright. It was even brighter than the aluminum alloy that was just forged. This time, it was really not fake. It was a real hammering without mercy. The aluminum alloy rolled up, and then a raging fire rushed out. After burning for a while, the fire grew bigger and bigger. Fire Shaman's figure had already appeared in the fire. Fire Shaman was after all one of the 12 shamans. It was one thing to be hammered flat, but it was not to say that he would die. His fire essence restoration technique was not beyond the law of life and death, but it could deal with this situation. In fact, it was not the first time that he was hammered flat. Otherwise, the other shamans would have come forward to stop it. When the great witch of the great, 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 witch of the great witch, then it was another aluminum alloy piece. Boss, please spare my life. Fire Shaman's wife saw this situation and completely panicked. She looked like she was going to beat him to death. Under normal circumstances, the flood, which gave Fire Shaman one hit, and all her anger disappeared. But 2 hits in a row was unprecedented. Once or twice, there was still room for recovery. However, the Raging Fire Wizard's Raging Fire Elemental Recovery technique was not without a price. Every time he used it, he would consume a large amount of his own vital energy. He could only use it 3 times in a short period of time at most. If he was hammered a few more times, he would still have to give up and die. Fire Shaman's wife grabbed the Flood Witch's hand with tears in her eyes. Boss, please spare my life. Humph. The Flood Witch's face was livid. She flicked her sleeves and left. When he recovers, the 4 of you come to me. Isabish Shaman and Dan Kong Shaman looked as if they had lost their parents. Fire Shaman, this bastard, was really deceiving them. Boss wanted to find Zwa, and you still said that? Without your words, he couldn't find him? When he found him himself, he could still watch the show, right? In the end, you fucking came to take credit and even tricked me. You fucking fire. You were a little depraved. Now, the door of the relic had appeared. Next, the Heavenly King of the Right personally sat by the door. The craftsmen and mechanism masters of the 3 families began to study it. The Heavenly King of the Right stood by the door. He looked calm and collected, but in fact, he was quite nervous. If the Kuan Pong that came out just now really fought with him, he probably couldn't defeat him. He might even be killed by him. Fortunately, the Great Flood, which took action and killed him. It seemed that the Great Flood Witch's strength was indeed much stronger than before when she returned. Now, he just didn't know if there were other hidden demons in the door. If there were, how strong were they? He prayed to God that there wouldn't be another one with such terrifying strength. But the current position was snatched by him. Now, he had to pretend that he didn't care at all. His face was full of confidence. It seemed that even if Dong Wang came out, he could kick him back. The king of Zwalu wanted to come, but he was driven back by Yu Dong Tian with disdain. Can you be stronger than me? Go back. Now, Yu Dong Tian was standing by the door with his arms crossed and a smug face. He wants to fight with me? All the credit is mine. Why do you want to fight with me? On the other side, the leaders of the 3 families were having a meeting. There was no need to make any agreement, but everyone's face was solemn, as if a storm was coming. They came to explore the relic with hope. The relic did appear as expected, but it was the relic of the demon race. Moreover, the Kuan Peng's primordial spirit appeared. It could be said that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. If there was anything else inside, the situation would continue to worsen. Even if there were no other demons in the relic, there was still one thing that could be confirmed. This relic had triggered the sound of Dong Huang's bell. It was equivalent to setting up a coordinate. It was believed that the Demon Alliance would return from the vast starry sky in a few years. This matter was like a huge rock that pressed down on everyone's hearts. Fenghai, Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Villa District. Zhuchanglu and Wu Yuding were comfortably basking in the sun in the courtyard. Grandma sure was also sitting with them, chatting cheerfully. Grandma sure did not know who they were. She only knew that they were Zhuoxiaoduo's parents. She could not help but feel a little strange. How did such an elegant and graceful couple raise a frisky monkey? Zhuoxiaoduo was chatting with Zhuoxiaonian. Yesterday, Zhuoxiaoduo sneaked into Zhuoxiaonian's room to chat in the middle of the night. He shamelessly refused to leave and even wanted to crawl under the covers. Therefore, he was violently beaten out. Until now, his eyes were still swollen. That's too cruel. Zhuoxiaoduo felt wronged as he covered his face with a hot towel. I just wanted to chat. I didn't want to do anything else. Chapter 719. Zhuoxiaonian was still angry. Her face was cold. Like hell, I believe you. Puppy, you're up to no good. No matter what, we're still engaged. Zhuoxiaoduo muttered, let's not talk about the mosaic, but isn't it normal to kiss, hug, and touch each other? Now you won't even let me touch your hands. It's better than before. Zhuoxiaoduo felt wronged. He felt wronged. Zhuoxiaonian was furious. I watched you grow up. How can I not know this guy's temper? You can't let him go. You can't let him go. He's always been a pushover. He said he'd only touch her hands. But as long as you let him go, he'll slowly take his way to the last step for this goal. He'll slowly spend days and nights with you without sleep. The only correct way to deal with it was to guard against it to the bitter end and never change one's attitude and deal with a myriad of changes by sticking to the status quo. So Xiaoduo pouted, I'll just touch your hands, just a touch. A touch. A touch. I'll just touch. That's enough. Zhuoxiaonian's expression was cold. She crossed her arms and raised her chin, watching him act. Anyway, no matter what you ask for, there's only one word. No chance. Zhuoxiaoduo, who had been struggling for a long time, finally gave up. He rolled his eyes and said, Nian Nian cat, your look-preserving pill. What did you call me? Zhuoxiaonian's face suddenly became serious, and a layer of frost was scraped off. Sister Nian Nian. Zhuoxiaoduo's face was sweet. Your look-preserving pill. You haven't eaten it yet, right? Zhuoxiaoduo asked. Why? Zhuoxiaonian obviously hadn't eaten it yet. She always felt that she wasn't at the most perfect stage, so how could she eat it so easily? That's good. Aren't we going to drink the Jiuxiao Spirit Spring tonight? Zhuoxiaoduo said sneakily. The Spirit Spring is not ready yet. I need to consolidate it. Zhuoxiaonian frowned. What was this brat trying to do? I have something good here. Zhuoxiaoduo took out his precious purified jade lotus. These flowers are so beautiful. Zhuoxiaonian's eyes lit up. This is food. This thing is called purified jade lotus. Zhuoxiaoduo chuckled and leaned over. He lowered his voice and winked. I heard that if you eat this, you won't even stink when you poop. Bang! Zhuoxiaoduo was sent flying by the kick. Zhuoxiaonian blushed and glared at Zhuoxiaoduo angrily. She lowered her voice and growled. Don't you feel guilty saying such things in front of such a beautiful fairy? I'm telling the truth. Zhuoxiaoduo cried out, feeling wronged. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mom and Dad. Zhuoxiaonian held the flower and couldn't bear to put down. Zhuoxiaoduo brought up the information about the purified jade lotus. Take a look. This purified jade lotus is suitable for unmarried women. After eating it, it cleanses the internal organs, translucent meridians, smooth skin, and jade bones, untainted by the mortal world. For the rest of her life, there will be no odor. For the rest of her life, she will be clean and elegant. Her heart will be exquisite and full of agility. Her astral souls will be ice and fire, a perfect universe. Zhuoxiaoduo read it out loud and said, Do you think I'm lying to you? If it's not the best thing, why would I give it to you? Zhuoxiaonian believed him, but she still couldn't bear to eat the purified jade lotus. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at her eagerly and urged, Eat it. You go out first. I'm not going out. I want to watch you eat it. I brought it to you. Don't I have the right to watch you eat it? Zhuoxiaoduo acted shamelessly. Zhuoxiaonian stood up and grabbed Zhuoxiaoduo by the back of his neck. Then, she threw him out of the room as if he was a puppy and locked the door. Who knew what kind of filth would be forced out of her body after eating this thing. This guy actually wanted to watch her eat it. He really didn't know what was good for him. I'm a pure and innocent little fairy. How could I let you watch me make a fool of myself? So Xiao Duo pleaded outside the door. Let me in. Let me in. I want to take a look. Zhuo Xiaoyan turned a deaf ear to his pleas. She made sure that the door was locked, closed the windows, and drew the curtains to make sure that it was tight. Then, she changed into a set of loose clothes. He poured out a large cup of spiritual water and carefully ate the purified jade lotus piece by piece. This thing was an irresistible temptation for women. Even Zhuo Xiaoyan was no exception. After eating the whole purified jade lotus, Zhuo Xiaoyan circulated her energy throughout her body. She cherished this precious medicinal power and spread it to every corner of her meridians. Every drop of it melted, leaving nothing behind. Of course, every part of her body had to be nourished. After this continued for an hour, she could clearly feel that all the pores on her body were oozing out tiny bits of something, like sweat dripping out bit by bit. This process lasted for an hour. Zhuo Xiaoyan only felt that her body was covered with a layer of cuticles. But her skin clearly felt smoother and tighter. Even some of the sweat pores that could be seen on her body had almost disappeared. In fact, they were still there, but they were almost invisible to the naked eye. The first thing she did was to rush into the bathroom and wash her body. She scrubbed every inch of her body carefully. After making sure that the layer of cuticles was completely removed, so Xiaoyan touched her own skin. She couldn't help but feel that she couldn't take her hands off her own skin. That feeling was simply like the most expensive, warm, and delicate porcelain that her hair was dripping with water. She walked naked to the mirror in the bathroom and looked at herself carefully. She was stunned by the beautiful woman in the mirror. Her face was slightly red and her skin was smooth and delicate. So beautiful. So Xiaoyan instinctively judged that this moment was probably the most beautiful and youthful moment of her life. It was time to take the look-preserving pill, but she thought that it was still not safe. She called Wu Yuding and said, "Mom, come up." That voice was unprecedentedly sweet. Wu Yuding, who didn't know what was going on, hurried up. As soon as she went upstairs, she saw Zhuo Xiaoduo sneakily sticking his ear to the crack of the door. His ear was almost stuck in the crack of the door. "Doggy!" Wu Yuding was furious. "What are you doing?" Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't say anything and disappeared with a whoosh. Wu Yuding sighed. This son, if he got married, it wouldn't be difficult for her and her husband to realize their dream of having 2 grandchildren in 3 years. If no one urged him, he would be able to stay in bed until he was old after getting married. She knocked on the door. "Nina, her mom is here." Zhuo Xiaoyan's voice came from inside. "Is Doggy still at the door?" "I chased him away." Zhuo Xiaoyan was relieved. She put on a loose bathrobe and hurried to open the door. Then, she invited her mother in and locked the door. "What's the matter?" "Mom, I think it's time to take the look-preserving pill." Zhuo Xiaoyan looked shy. Wu Yuding was stunned. Zhuo Xiaoyan was 21 years old this year. This was the most beautiful age for a woman. Everything was pure and natural. It wasn't the kind of appearance that one would maintain when one's cultivation reached a high level. At this time, it was the time for a lotus to emerge from the clear water. Most women with high cultivation had to use their vitality to adjust their bodies. "Do you think it's time?" Wu Yuding asked. "Yes, it's time." Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled up the sleeves of her bathrobe and showed Wu Yuding her arms. So beautiful. Even though they were both women, Wu Yuding couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Her face was full of envy. This kind of skin was pure and natural. "What about the other parts?" Wu Yuding asked. "Take them all off. Let me see if there's anything imperfect. I'll be here to help you adjust it." Zhuo Xiaoyan pulled her clothes and blushed. All of them?" Wu Yuding laughed. "I'm your mother. What are you afraid of?" Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted and said, "But you're also my mother-in-law. Now I feel like you're checking the goods for your son." Checking the goods? Wu Yuding was shocked by this word. She never thought that her daughter, who had always been reserved, would say such a thing. After thinking carefully, she couldn't help but laugh. Then she said, "Well, Whether it's a mother checking her daughter's goods or a mother-in-law checking the goods for her son, I have to take a look, right? How can I know if it's really perfect if I don't take a look? Besides, didn't you ask me to come up here so that I can help you take a look and give you advice? Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and snorted. She said proudly, "Fine, I'll take a look." Then, she took off all of her clothes. Wu Yuting subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva when she caught sight of it. Her daughter's body was really the pinnacle of a woman's body. She didn't look like the plump type, nor was she the skinny type. She was perfect from top to bottom. Every part of her body was in the golden ratio. There were no flaws. When she stood in front of her, she was really the synonym of perfection. She couldn't find a single flaw. "It's already perfect. I'm so jealous, Nian." Wu Yuting sighed and praised, "Nian, your body. The only bad thing is that your waist is too thin. It makes your butt look big." Zhou Xiaoyan shyly covered her, but with the back of her hand, and said, "Isn't this a good thing? For men, it is." Wu Yuting swallowed the second half of her sentence and said, "Your chest is less than D, right? C+. It should be." Zhou Xiaoyan was a little distressed. She said, "That's why I want to use the look-preserving pill. If it grows any longer, it will be too big. Too much is as bad as not enough." Wu Yuting laughed and said, "Yes, I feel the same way." She thought for a moment. She had originally prepared something for another family banquet. She wanted to give it to her daughter so that she could use the look-preserving pill. However, on second thought, Zhou Xiaoyan's current state had already reached the pinnacle of beauty in the world. No matter how much she wanted to add flowers to brocade, it couldn't compare to the girl's mentality of, "I am the most beautiful person in my life." "Then take it." Wu Yuting gently rubbed her daughter's chest, causing Zhou Xiaoyan to scream. Then she smiled and said, "Okay, I've checked the good for my son. It feels really good." Chapter 720. Zhou Xiaoyan pouted and threw herself into Wu Yuting's arms. Until Wu Yuting admitted that Zhou Xiaoduo was her son-in-law, she was the real one. She was just checking her daughter's body. She finally gave up with a red face. Then, she took out the look-preserving pill and threw it into her mouth without any hesitation. In the next moment, a wave of dreamy, illusory yet real smoke quietly rose. Wu Yuting had the urge to sigh. She felt as if she had witnessed history. From now on, there might not be another woman as beautiful as Zhou Xiaoyan in the whole world. Now, she had her parents by her side. Her family was complete. She had just found a partner in love. She was in the best mood of a young girl. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyan could be said to have nothing more to ask for in this life. She was complete. Therefore, this was the best time. At that time, when the war broke out and the Demon Alliance returned, the whole world would be in trouble. Her daughter's mood would not be as peaceful as it was now. "It's really the best choice now," Wu Yuting said quietly. During lunch, Zhou Xiaoyan changed into her white muslin dress again. She walked down the stairs gracefully. Her face was glowing. That kind of extreme beauty made Zhou Changlu a little stunned. "Is this the little brat that I raised with my feces and urine?" Zhou Changlu pretended to be shocked. At this moment, his emotions were half real and half fake. He was really amazed, but he was pretending to be teasing. "Dad!" Zhou Xiaoyan pursed her lips coquettishly. Zhou Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was stunned. He sat there like a dumb goose, a long line of tears at the corner of his mouth that the so-called drooling was probably nothing more than this. "Damn it!" Zhou Xiaoyan was furious. Oh! Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly jumped up as if he had just woken up from a dream. The tears at the corner of his mouth drew a bright arc as he jumped up and fell to the dust. It was a pity that the three of them did not record it as a memento. Otherwise, it would be a dark history that would never be erased. Ha! After lunch, Zhou Changlu moved a deck chair to the balcony on the third floor to read, as usual. Wu Yuting took a nap on the other deck chair. At this moment, the two of them had let go of their worries and enjoyed the little peace and quiet that could be counted with one's fingers. He even looked very lazy. It was as if he had no more desires or desires. Zhuo Xiaoduo followed behind Zhuo Xiaoyan like a shadow. He tried his best to find a way to take advantage of her. Zhuo Xiaoyan was in a happy and beautiful mood. She did not care about him, but she did not let him touch her. She vividly acted out the saying that the best thing was not to have it. The two of them strolled on the lawn of the villa. Zhuo Xiaoyan walked fast and slow, while Zhuo Xiaoduo followed behind her with a silly smile on his face. Occasionally, he would jump and sway with each step. Grandma Sure was at the door, peeling a few cloves of garlic in her hands. She was the only one who had the fate to witness the scene. Under the sunshine, the tall and straight young man and girl were chasing each other, laughing and playing. Their whole body was bathed in the warm sunshine, overflowing with happiness and sweetness from inside out. God bless them. Bless them for a lifetime of peace and joy. Bless this happiness and accompany them until they grow old, until eternity. Grandma Sure's face was full of benevolence. That's great. In the afternoon, Zhuo Xiaoyan said that she wanted to rest, so she directly shut Zhuo Xiaoduo outside the door. After being unhappy for a while, Zhuo Xiaoduo finally remembered the important matter. He quickly entered the Tower of Destruction to take a look. But once he entered, Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Is this still my Tower of Destruction? The entire space of the Tower of Emptiness was boundless at first glance. There was a huge mountain at the other end of the tower. It was lush and verdant, and above it, there was a small patch of blue sky. It made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel that this space has transformed into a Xiao world. Xiaolong had just moved 1/3 of the earth vein back. He saw the changes of the Tower of Destruction earlier than Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was somersaulting in the air excitedly. It seemed that such a change was a pleasant surprise for him. That's great. That's incredible. Boss, where did you get this good stuff from? Xiaolong was so excited that its dragon eyeballs were bouncing up and down outside of its eye sockets. It scurried in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo and said, Boss, you could do more of this. Do it 10 times, 8 times, 1,000 times. You're so happy. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, My whole family mobilized and worked together to extort half a tael. You can continue to mobilize and extort. Xiaolong flew up and down in high spirits and said, Since the other party can give us half a tael, you must have more. It's best to get all of them. The more, the better. We won't refuse anyone. This sentence is quite reasonable. So Xiaoduo could not help but ponder. Kong Xiaodan should have more, right? But how could he get more? At least for a short period of time, there should be no chance. Previously, it was his mother who opened her mouth and dug out half a tael. At that time, he was already heartbroken. But at that time, he did not know that this thing would be so helpful to the Tower of Destruction. Wait for me to find a chance to work harder. Kong Xiaodan probably suppressed his cultivation level like Bing Xiaobing. His real cultivation level is probably much higher than mine. But it doesn't matter. I'll work hard to cultivate. When I reach Huayun, I'll deal with him. Stop. Don't move. This is a robbery. Hand over the space soil. Waha. So Xiaoduo could not help but laugh wildly when he thought of the bright future. He did not know that Kong Xiaodan's real identity was Witch Dan Kong. Witch Dan Kong gave out half a tael of the space soil because he knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo did not have the ability to open up the space by himself. This half a tael of the space soil could only be stored in the space ring to collect dust. It was impossible for him to use it. In fact, whether it was Witch Dan Kong or Wu Yuding, no one expected that Zhuo Xiaoduo would have the Tower of Destruction. Moreover, it was a complete version of the Tower of Destruction that could change the flow of time. Combined with the space soil, it produced an amazing effect in an instant. The origin of the Tower of Destruction was to remember the blood feud created by Witch Dan Kong. However, the great Witch Dan Kong had perfected the Tower of Destruction without his knowledge, who said that there was no fixed number of things. But this complicated relationship, whether it was Witch Dan Kong, Wu Yuding, or Zhuo Xiaoduo, none of them knew everything. None of them knew everything. Zhuo Xiaoduo admired the current state of the Tower of Destruction for a moment. Then he turned to Mr. Sun and used the fastest speed to put the Astral Soul's jade powder that filled the whole field into the Tower of Destruction. As the internal space of the Tower of Destruction increased, the demand for the Astral Soul's jade powder would only increase. It took him less than half an hour to bring it back. When he came back, Zhuo Changlu asked Xiaoduo, "What did you do?" Xiaoduo was satisfied and told his father directly, "I went to collect some powder of the Astral Soul's jade powder after cultivation." "What's the use of that stuff?" Zhuo Zhanglu humbly asked for advice. "It's for the space." Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "The mountain in my space is made up of the Astral Soul's jade powder. Without a lot of Astral Soul's jade powder as nutrients, the space in my space would not be like this." Zhuo Changlu followed his son into the Tower of Destruction again. He was also shocked by the transformation of the Tower of Destruction. "Your space has changed so much. Other than the effect of half a liter of space soil, are you sure it's the effect of the Astral Soul's jade powder?" "Yes. In fact, the first opportunity for the transformation of the Tower of Destruction was the Astral Soul's jade powder that I collected by chance. Of course, the main reason for the transformation now is not the Astral Soul's jade powder." Zhuo Xiaoduo was not guarded against Zhuo Changlu. He was afraid that his father would misunderstand. After thinking for a while, he told him everything, because the biggest difference in my space is that there's a luck dragon in my space. The transformation of the space, the rise and fall of the mountain, and so on are mostly caused by it. Luck dragon? Even with Zhuo Changlu's transcendent state of mind, he began to stutter. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He knew about the so-called Dragon of Destiny, but this kind of thing had always only existed in legends. He had never heard of such a thing in reality. "You mean that the luck dragon moved the remnants of the dragon vein in here, and then it caused the current situation?" "Yes." After Zhuo Changlu understood the whole story, he was silent for a long time. Then, he returned to his room and made a phone call. "Yinduo, bring your spatial extermination pagoda and come over." "Oh yes, send an order to all the states in the world to move all the powders of the Astral Soul's jade powder to Fenghai. This has to be done in secret. Don't let anyone know that I'm using it, and don't let anyone know that you're using it. Just bring it over. Open up a large area outside the city to store the powders. Remember, it's the purest Astral Soul's jade powder. There can't be any impurities. Do it as soon as possible." "Yes." Bai Yunduo was confused when she received the order. However, the execution of the order was flawless. She started to act immediately. With one order, all the experts from S.H.I.E.L.D., the military, and the Nine Heavens Pavilion moved at the same time. The more, the better. The faster, the better. There can't be any impurities mixed in. Send it to me in Fenghai by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. I want to see the first batch tomorrow morning. I want to see millions of tons of pure powder by tomorrow afternoon. Don't let anyone know that it's my request. Confidentiality level SSS. Those who leak it will be killed without mercy." With one order, the entire Yinwu Empire fell into a state of chaos. People were shouting, and horses were shouting, and dogs were jumping over walls. Many influential people in the various cities rushed out of their houses and issued orders as if their butts were on fire. All the space rings with large storage space were collected. Like a bomb, they rushed to all parts of the city, especially the various universities, requesting monthly votes, requesting recommendation votes. Chapter 721. Shangjing City. The experts from the top few levels of the Nine Heavens Pavilion were also on the move. In less than half an hour, there were already experts rushing toward Fenghai with a lot of space rings. An hour later, there were also experts from all over the place. 3 hours later, the second batch was also on the way. 6 hours later, the third batch set off with even more space rings. By midnight, there were 6 batches of experts on the way to Fenghai from all over the place. Those who came later stopped collecting space rings in remote areas because they could not make it in time. However, there were still batches of people setting off from areas that were relatively close to Fenghai. Bai Yunduo left the Starry Mountain Range team and went to an open area thousands of miles away by herself. She directly took action and flattened a large area. Then, she propped up a small canopy, which was enough to avoid most of the covetous and peeping eyes. Such a small matter was nothing to a mighty figure like her. As for the rest, they could only wait quietly and observe the changes in the situation. In the afternoon, Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled Zhuo Xiaoyan into the Tower of Annihilation. What is this place? Dog, this place is not bad. Zhuo Xiaoyan praised. In order to defeat you, I have to put you into 365 different positions. So, I specially opened up this space. How thoughtful, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed, his face full of mischief. Dog, Zhuo Xiaoyan exploded on the spot. Come on, come and beat me up. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed heartily with unprecedented arrogance. He flipped over and swung his hand, taking out the 9-9 cat hammer. He assumed a majestic and heroic posture. Missing cat, I won't show you any mercy. Watch me use my 9-9 cat hammer to completely subdue you. Missing cat. Zhuo Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and rushed over. Little dog, I will beat you to death. Wait. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately stopped her. No problem, but let's make things clear first. What if you lose to me? What do you think? You will wear a cat-eared maid costume and dance for me with a cat tail. You don't dare. All right, no problem, it's a deal. But if you lose, you have to wear a dog-eared hat, and you're not allowed to speak until midnight. Even if you want to speak, you can only bark. No problem, it's settled then. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed arrogantly. Yin Yin cat, take my hammer. Get ready to dance. When Li Qinglong came back from school at dusk, he immediately saw Baswa wearing a dog-eared hat that he had bought at some point. One of his ears was standing straight, while the other was drooping halfway down. His expression was unusually dejected, and his spirit was even more dispirited. His head drooped listlessly. It was an expression that would make people cry when they heard it. Boss, what are you doing? Li Qinglong almost burst out laughing. Wasn't this dog-eared hat a little too big? From afar, it looked like a husky squatting there. Moreover, it was a husky that had lost a battle and was dejected. Woof, woof, woof. So Xiaoduo barked. Li Qinglong's eyeballs almost popped out. What the fuck? Boss, are you doing performance art? Woof, woof, woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were full of resentment. Ha ha ha. Li Qinglong laughed so hard that he almost peed himself. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned around and walked into the living room. Li Qinglong followed him as he stealthily took out his phone and prepared to record. Today, when he went to school, Li Qinglong suffered an unprecedented beating from the whole class. All the students of Class 1 who had been fooled were furious. Even Pai Yibao, who had restrained his aura and was becoming less and less noticeable, was furious and rushed up to beat him up. You cheated us of our red packets and turned off your phone. With Meng Zhongjun and Xiang Chong in the lead, all of them charged forward with the momentum of a battlefield, pressing down on Li Qinglong without any regard for their own safety. This beating was really enough to make the sky change color and the sun and moon dim. The most direct result of this was that Li Qinglong was lying in the long-awaited nourishment cabin. At the same time, Li Qinglong was still in a state of shock until the afternoon. Even his legs were trembling. So I had the ability to suppress the whole class by himself. What a great ability. But I don't think I have it yet. It's too early to be reckless. This was Li Qinglong's realization after being beaten up. However, when Zhuo Xiaoyan came out, Li Qinglong, who had already seen her once last night, was shocked again. The thought of taking a picture was thrown away in an instant. Such a beauty, how could a picture capture her charm? Moreover, it was blasphemy to a beauty. Little brother, you must be Li Qinglong. Zhuo Xiaoyan had seen Li Qinglong before, but they had only met face to face, and they had not seen each other in their original appearance. He did not want to expose Li Qinglong at this moment, or he would have to spend more time explaining. Yes. Li Qinglong stuttered. I'm too nervous. I saw a fairy today. He hurriedly turned to Zhuo Xiaoduo, meaning, introduce her to me. Woof, 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 woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo glared at him. Li Qinglong was stunned. All right, I've removed your ban. Zhuoxiaoyan laughed so hard that she held her stomach. Woof, woof, woof. Zhuoxiaoduo was not going to let it go. A real man must be willing to accept his loss. I must bark until midnight. Actually, what he was most worried about was that it might not be a good thing for his ban to be lifted so easily. What if Nian Nian Cat lost in the future and went back on her word? Therefore, Zhuoxiaoduo would never agree to cancel this agreement, even if he was beaten to death. Woof, woof, woof. Zhuoxiaoduo grimaced. Nian Nian Cat, I must make you dance for me. I must see you dance in a cat-eared maid costume. I'm willing to bark like a dog for a day. So what? How can I give you a reason to go back on your word? You're underestimating your husband. What if one day I win, and you say, you've lost so many times before, how many times have you really completed the bet? Then I'll give you the answer. Won't I be dumbfounded on the spot? This has been my greatest wish for so many years. Zhuoxiaoyan was smart enough to understand instantly. This bastard, he doesn't want to give me a chance to go back on my word? Isn't he sure that I'll be able to subdue him? She was so angry that she twisted her body and ignored him. Chenglong, sit down. We'll eat in a while. Invite Grandma Sure over and let's eat together, Wu Yuding said. Okay. Li Chenglong ran out like a puff of smoke. He stayed in the room for a while, but he felt so nervous that he could die. He couldn't stay calm under such a peerless beauty, even if I'm the Iron Order's leader. I'm not blind. At night, the six of them had a meal together. Zhuoxiaoduo was still barking, so he tried not to talk and buried his head in the food. Wu Yuding introduced solemnly, Sister-in-law Sure, this is Xiao Duo's wife. Do you like her? Grandma Sure didn't care whether Wu Yuding called her sister-in-law or something else. She didn't know how much she had taken advantage of her. She smiled warmly and said with satisfaction, very good, very satisfied, very satisfied. 3 varies in a row showed that Grandma Sure was in a good mood and was happy to see it happen. Zhuoxiaoyan lowered her head shyly. This was the first time she was introduced as Xiao Duo's wife. Her mood was very strange, and she stole glances at Zhuoxiaoduo from time to time. Zhuoxiaoduo was looking up at her. When he saw Zhuoxiaoyan looking at him, he said with a puzzled expression, woof, woof, woof. Li Chenglong and Zhuoxiaoduo both had vegetable soup on their faces. Grandma Sure couldn't help but spit on Li Chenglong's face. Zhuoxiaoyan didn't waste any of her saliva on Zhuoxiaoduo's face. What's wrong? Cough, cough, cough. Grandma Sure couldn't help but choke. We made a bet that we would win if we fought. If he lost, he would bark like a dog until midnight. Zhuoxiaoyan smiled. Now, you know whether he won or lost. Ha ha ha. Li Chenglong secretly aimed his phone at Zhuoxiaoduo. Although he was embarrassed to take a picture of Zhuoxiaoyan, he didn't feel guilty about taking a picture of Zhuo. This kind of dark history of Zhuo was not common, especially when it was an exclusive punishment. How could he not take a picture of it? Zhuoxiaoduo was glaring at Zhuoxiaoyan, so he didn't notice the swelling. Class monitor Zhuo. When you went to class today, everyone asked when you were going to school. Woof, 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 woof. Zhuoxiaoduo winked and gestured. I'll go tomorrow. Don't ask, I can't talk now. Class monitor Zhuo. Mr. Wen said he has something to talk to you about. I don't know what it is. Why don't you give him a call later? Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof. Class monitor Zhuo, what are you doing? Woof, woof. A woof. Zhuoxiaoduo bit over. This guy obviously had an ulterior motive. Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't see that Li Chenglong had taken out his phone and was typing on it. Even though Zhuoxiaoduo was quick to grab it, the video had already been sent out. It was a foregone conclusion. When he took it back, the target group was silent for a few seconds. Then, there was a series of ha-ha. Zhuoxiaoduo quickly clicked delete, trying to salvage the situation. How could he not know? It was already too late. There were at least 20 people who saw Li Chenglong's account click delete and immediately sent their saved videos to the group. Therefore, the whole group was filled with woof, 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 woof. Class monitor Zhuo was imitating a dog's bark. After a while, Ian sent a voice message. Don't send anymore. Ouch. My stomach is cramping. For a moment, the group was filled with countless voices and laughter. It was like a sea of joy. Even the homeroom teacher, one Xingtian, stood out and said, "This bark is very authentic." Naturally, everyone became more and more cheerful. Woof woof. Xiaoduo was mad. He took a sip of wine and wrote on the table, "Let's spar tonight. I'll help you consolidate your realm. Let's spar through the night." Li Chenglong said indifferently and pretentiously, "Sorry, I have an appointment tonight." Chapter 722. Who did you invite? It's not me. It's Xiangcheng. I don't know what's wrong with his brain, but he wants to challenge me. He wants to ask the experts of the Xiang family to beat me up. Li Chenglong chuckled. "Let's meet at 11 o'clock tonight at the school's sports field. When I come back victorious, I'll spar with you. We can spar through the night, but it seems like we haven't done so in a long time. Then it's settled." At 12 o'clock that night, Li Chenglong was beaten up until his face was swollen and he was thrown back by Xiangcheng. "This time, I'll beat you until you're not enlightened." Xiangcheng left angrily after saying that. In the afternoon, Xiangcheng couldn't bear it any longer, so he asked Li Chenglong to spar with him. In the end, he was beaten up by Li Chenglong. Xiangcheng was about to go crazy from anger. "You're so unromantic." So he told his family and asked Li Chenglong to spar with him without telling his sister. "Beat him up." To the Xiang family, "He's not enlightened? Easy, beat him up." So tonight, they sent out their elders and experts to beat Li Chenglong until he was dizzy. To the Xiang family, they didn't consider whether this would have a negative effect. They couldn't say anything else. They couldn't say that their daughter has taken a liking to you. So tell me if you're okay with it. That would be so embarrassing. The Xiang family definitely wouldn't do such a thing. According to the style of the Overlord family, they would just beat him up a few more times, and he would be enlightened. If he still wasn't enlightened, they could only advise their daughter to be more open-minded. Don't hang yourself on a tree. Our Xiang family wouldn't do something like kidnapping someone to be their son-in-law. Li Chenglong was lying on the sofa with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He tried his best to open his panda eyes and look at Xiaoduo. "This is a bit strange. Xiangcheng is such a bastard. He actually sent a senior master to beat me up. This is too much. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. You really can't judge a book by its cover." After hearing Xiangcheng's words, Xiaoduo, who already understood everything, suddenly felt that this beating was too light. It was already past 12 o'clock, and the agreement was over. Xiaoduo, who had the right to speak again, sighed and said, "That's right. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Xiangcheng is really unreasonable. Swollen, this cannot be tolerated. If it were me, I would not be able to take this lying down. A fight is a fight, but why should they send their elders to beat us up? This is not just too much, it's simply too much. I didn't expect Xiangcheng, who looks like a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to do such a thing." Li Chenglong, who was provoked, became angrier and angrier. He said, "You think so too, right? This is really too much. I support you in this matter. We can't just let it go. We must seek justice. But it's not fun to just beat up Xiangcheng. Doesn't the Xiang family still have Xiangbing in our class? You can beat her up tomorrow." So Xiaoduo, who was filled with righteous indignation, came up with a bad idea. "They beat you up, so you beat up their daughter. An eye for an eye. It's better than beating up Xiangcheng directly." Li Chenglong hesitated. "That's not very good, right? TSK, you're talking as if you haven't been beaten up before." So Xiaoduo looked at him with disdain. Li Chenglong thought for a while. "That's right. Now it's a habit to beat up Xiangbing when eating and sleeping. I haven't beaten her for a few days, but now she's beaten by the Xiang family. Is it because I haven't beaten Xiangbing these days?" Seeing Li Chenglong cover his eyes and ponder, Xiaoduo laughed evilly. He tiptoed upstairs and didn't say anything more. If he said too much, the sect leader might come to his senses. Based on his understanding of Xiangbing, Xiaoduo guessed that the day when the sect master would be forcefully pushed forward was not far away. That girl wasn't a patient person. Now it's about time. Xiangbing definitely didn't know that Xiangcheng was beaten up tonight, but she wouldn't do such a thing. Once she knew, she would feel more threatened. She would probably take action immediately. Xiangcheng, Xiangbing, This is the best I can do as the matchmaker. You don't have to thank me. So Xiao Duo guessed mischievously. What would Xiang Bing do? At that time, would Li Chenglong come crying to me and say that he was ruined? As soon as Xiao Duo went upstairs, he was caught by Wu Yuding. What's going on? I heard you instigating people to fight, and it's with a girl. You're so mean. No one knows a son better than his mother. Wu Yuding knew Zhuo Xiaoduo's bad temper very well. In fact, when Zhuo Xiaoduo was 5 or 6 years old, he was beaten up by other kids. When he came back, he said to Zhuo Xiaoyan, "Sister, that guy scolded you so badly." When he instigated Zhuo Xiaoyan to beat someone up, Wu Yuding knew that she had given birth to a weirdo. If it were other kids, they would say, "Sister, who beat me up? Wu, go and avenge me." But her child could say, "He scolded you." He did not mention anything about being beaten up. So Xiao Duo was happy. He leaned close to Wu Yuding's ear and explained the whole story in a low voice. He was not being mean. He was facilitating this beautiful thing. At most, he would just watch a few more scenes. This child, Wu Yuding shook her head. This guy likes Xiang Bing too. It's just that he doesn't know it yet. Children are all like this. A little boy likes a little girl, so he bullies her. Wu Yuding sighed. Li Chenglong's IQ has reached a level that ordinary old monsters can't reach. But his EQ is still at the level of a 6-year-old. He's a good man, much better than you. So Xiao Duo felt wronged. Mom, your words hurt me too much. Look at how loyal I am. I've liked Nian Yin Cat since I was 4 or 5 years old. I still like Nian Yin Cat even now. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and left. You're really promising. In the morning, Li Chenglong went to school alone. So Xiao Duo still did not go. He still had a lot of holidays to go. At this moment, he was dressing himself up. He made himself look heroic and handsome. His face was full of righteousness and confidence. Then, he went out with Zhuo Xiaoyan. This day was the big day that Zhuo Xiaoduo dreamed of. Taking his wife to the Hidden Dragon High School, announcing to everyone that this is my wife. One day, I'll hold Nian Yin Cat's hand and tell everyone that this is my wife. This goal was going to be realized today. Zhuo Xiaoduo was in high spirits. He was in the mood to write a poem. Taking a walk with a cat in the Hidden Dragon High School, welcomed by a wave of praise. Come envy, jealousy, and hate. I'll only humph proudly. Good poem. Good poem. It's really suitable for the occasion. Today, Zhuo Xiaoduo walked as if he was floating. It was as if he had a piece of honey in his mouth. It was so sweet that it reached his heart. His mouth was on his ear all the way. Zhuo Xiaoyan was helpless. But this guy came early in the morning to beg, so she had to agree. There will be many occasions like this in the future. I have to get used to it first, Zhuo Xiaoyan thought. Besides, once they confirmed their relationship and announced it, those who had designs on her would shrink back. It would also save her a lot of trouble. So, although she was shy and nervous, she still followed Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo is bringing his wife to school today. Ever since Li Chenglong said those words in the morning, the whole class didn't split up. Everyone gathered together and waited to see what would happen. Among them, a few of the female students who were interested in Zhuo Xiaoduo and were quite confident in their looks even dressed up secretly. I heard that class monitor's wife was also from Phoenix City. It's a small border town. She's just a country girl. How pretty can she be? I'm going to let Zhuo Dabin know that his girlfriend pales in comparison to me. He'll see how good I am later. Otherwise, although this guy's EQ is not low, his performance is better than the leader's. Even when Xingtian was curious about Zhuo Xiaoduo's wife. What kind of girl could make that bastard keep his chastity like jade? In school, he didn't even hold the hands of his female classmates. He didn't do anything except disfigure them with a punch and collapse their breasts. That I'm so curious. Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Lu Yichuan, Cheng Gaiying, and Vice Principal Gao were also strolling around Class 1. The 5 old men all had their hands behind their backs. They strolled from one side to the office building. When they were about to reach the other side, they strolled back. Then, they went to the school gate for an inspection before walking back to Class 1. You must take a good look. Don't just pick a random girl, Xiang Quangren said to Yi Changqing. Okay. Yi Changqing nodded. If they're too bad, we have many young and beautiful girls in the Xiang family. Xiang Quangren continued. All of them have big breasts and big butts. They're tall and strong. They can definitely give birth to sons. If you're not satisfied with them, I'll ask them to use honey traps. Vice Principal Chung sneered. That's not called honey traps in your Xiang family. Xiang Kuangren was stunned. If it's not called honey traps, then what is it called? Chung Gying smiled mockingly. It's called honey traps in other families, but in your Xiang family, it's called forcing yourself on her. Puffed. Yi Changqing and Lu Yichuan both spat and coughed at the same time. These two old fellows simply had no moral integrity today. Among all the students in Class 1, one asked for leave. He said he was going to the bathroom, but he was actually going to the school gate to take a look. Then, he came back with a relaxed look on his face. He was not there yet. Then, a few minutes later, someone went to the bathroom again. After 7 or 8 people did this in a row, when Xing Tian, who had already seen through the truth, sighed helplessly. There's no class today. I'm going to study by myself. You could do whatever you want. After saying that, when Xing Tian pulled out a chair and sat at the door, everyone had the same thought. I'm also very curious. If you're not even in the mood to teach, how can you not study by yourself? Is she beautiful? Many people threw this question to the only person in the know, Li Chenglong. Have you seen a fairy before? Li Chenglong asked. They all shook their heads. She's prettier than a fairy. Li Chenglong raised his head and said the words from the bottom of his heart. You've seen a fairy? Xiang Bing immediately felt uncomfortable. No. Then why do you say that? That's what I think. It's a one-sided opinion. What does it have to do with you? Haha, look at you. It's as if she's your wife. Xiang Bing looked at him from the corner of her eyes. Take a piss and look at yourself. Stop dreaming. That's Zhua Xiaoduo's wife. She's someone else's wife. Are you thinking about her? I'm not dreaming, and I'm not thinking about her. Li Chenglong glared and said, Besides, what does it have to do with you whether I'm thinking about her or not? Do you want to prick me? Do you think I won't beat you up? Xiang Bing's eyes reddened. She puffed out her chest and stepped forward. Don't you dare. I don't dare. Li Chenglong grinned. He rubbed his palms and stood up, ready to punch his chest. Xiang Chong gritted his teeth. Meng Zhangjuan's face was also twisted. Aren't you afraid that your son won't be able to eat after you punch him? At this moment. They're coming. They're coming. Hao Han, who had only half of his head out to investigate in the corner, suddenly shrank back and raised his arms. Boom! Everyone ran out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they saw Xiaoduo floating over in high spirits from the direction of the school's gate. As if he was floating, but he couldn't control his smug smile. He cupped his hands in salute to everyone he saw. Ha ha ha, my wife, this is my wife. He laughed so hard that his eyes couldn't be seen. Chapter 723. The students of Class 1 were speechless. They wished they could all shrink back. Looking at this guy's face, they were ashamed to be in the same company as him. When Xing Tian silently face-palmed. I didn't teach him. Ha ha. My wife, this is my wife. So Xiaoduo proudly cupped his hands towards Yi Changqing. He couldn't help but stretch his hands out as he thought. Seems like I can get him a greeting gift? Yi Changqing was speechless as he led the 3 vice principals away. This guy isn't a student of our Hidden Dragon High School. This is too embarrassing. But this girl is really too beautiful. The vice principal sighed. All the girls in the Hidden Dragon High School were hopeless. It was the same for those from their own clans. Even if they looked at the whole world, there were probably not many who could compare to her. Only Xiang Kuangren was still confident. In the end, she's not as strong as my girl. What's the use of just being beautiful, having a good figure, and having a good temperament? My family's buttocks are big enough to give birth to sons. The vice principals were speechless as they distanced themselves from Xiang Kuangren. Blind man, I won't walk with you. I'm ashamed to be in the same company as this guy. Under the morning sun, Zhua Xiaoyan was half a step behind Zhua Xiaoduo. Bathed in the morning sun, she slowly walked over. At this moment, her beauty was breathtaking. It was so beautiful that it dazzled people. All the students of Class 1 of the Hidden Dragon High School, even after many years, could not forget this scene. Many students said that they had only seen a fairy once in their lives, but they had no regrets. It was unforgettable. This is the time. Xiaoduo was in high spirits. His whole body was surrounded by an aura that said, "I will climb to the top and look down on all the other mountains." He looked at his classmates from the corner of his eyes with disdain. His eyes clearly said, "You are all trash. Only I have such a beautiful and outstanding wife." However, he still had to pretend to be humble and low-key. He cupped his hands and laughed. "Ha, this is my wife. And ha. For short, my wife, ha. She's just an ordinary person. I made a fool of myself in front of everyone. Her looks are ordinary, very ordinary, ha. All the female students' faces darkened. What should we do if she's still average? Were all of them ugly? No, this is what a normal person looks like. We aren't even qualified to be called ugly. We have to be ugly. Ha. Meng Zhongjun. Xiaoduo pulled a long face. What are you staring at? Then he laughed. Zhongjun, the wife you find in the future will definitely be prettier. Ha. Meng Zhongjun's face twitched. I want to beat you to death. Ha. How Han, come here. Call her sister-in-law. Behave, don't look around. I see egg. Little worm. Ha, you too. You yen. Waha. You're a girl. Why are you staring? Calm down. Ha. Students, calm down. Calm down. Do you understand? Why can't you be calm? Aren't you afraid that Ms. One will punish you? Pai Bao, go away. All right, where's Ms. One? Ah, Ms. One, this is my wife. When Xingtian sighed helplessly. Can you be any more despicable? All the male students were extremely sad. How could this bastard be so lucky that such a fairy would fall for him? How can this be? Oh heavens, oh earth, oh gods, why don't you open your eyes and kill this bastard with a bolt from the blue? Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's smug face. She felt that his heart was bursting with happiness and satisfaction. For the first time, she did not interrupt him. This is all because of me. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt a little embarrassed, but at the same time, she felt sweet inside. How can I stop my man at this moment? When she heard the words Ms. One, she twisted Zhuo Xiaoduo's waist. Hiss! Zhuo Xiaoduo's face suddenly became distorted. Zhuo Xiaoyan took a step forward and bowed gracefully. Hello, Ms. One. Hello, everyone. Hello, sister-in-law. Before when Xingtian could reply, the group of single dogs had already replied in unison. They were very enthusiastic. When Xingtian's reply was directly drowned in a sea of cheers. Cough. When Xingtian coughed severely, the students immediately became obedient. Everyone, welcome. When Xingtian turned to Zhuo Xiaoduo as he spoke. What's your wife's name? Nian. Zhuo Xiaoduo whispered. Nian. When Xingtian was a little confused. What's her surname? Ah, it doesn't matter what her surname is. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little anxious. It's not a household registration check. Ms. One, did you change your profession to a household registration police officer? When Xingtian was speechless. I didn't change my profession to a household registration police officer. I want to change my profession to an assassin. My first goal is to kill you, you little bastard. Of course, Zhuo Xiaoduo would not say what his surname was. If he did, it would definitely lead to countless follow-up questions. Wouldn't that be causing trouble for himself? Everyone, this is my wife, Nian. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was solemn. Ha. I can't introduce more details. Ha. You could just call her sister-in-law. A few female students rushed up under Xiangbing's lead. They directly squeezed Zhuo Xiaoduo to the side and held Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand affectionately. Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled gently. I heard Xiaoduo mention a few times that he has a group of very cute classmates. He said that he must introduce them to me. Now that I see them, they're really good. They're all geniuses. The female students laughed dryly and were speechless for a long time. Even if you beat Zhuo Xiaoduo to death, they wouldn't believe that he would say such a thing. It was too fake. Sister Nian, let's talk over there. As the female student spoke, Zhuo Xiaoyan laughed so hard that she couldn't open her eyes. If she had known earlier, the dog wouldn't have been so obedient in school. Ha! So Xiao Duo is so lively in school. Zhua Xiaoyan laughed like the bright moon. But when the female students heard this, they immediately shut up. You call this lively? Indeed. Birds of the same feather flock together. Zhua Xiaoyan accompanied Zhua Xiaoduo to walk around the school. Because of Zhua Xiaoduo, she gained the envy and jealousy of the entire school. Then, she chatted with everyone in Class 1 for a while. Then, under Wen Xingtian's suggestion, she sparred with the students of Class 1. The entire class, except for Zhua Xiaoduo, went up together and ended the battle in 3 seconds. This result made everyone even more envious and jealous. Not only was she beautiful, but her cultivation was also so high. She was also a peerless genius. It seemed that even Zhua wasn't her opponent. When they thought of this, the entire class suddenly felt a little better. So this bitch was just a punching bag at home. He couldn't even beat his own wife. Comforted. Suddenly, their thoughts were clear. Zhua Xiaoyan chatted with everyone for a while. Then, she happily had a meal in the cafeteria of Hidden Dragon High School. Then, accompanied by Smugs with Xiaoduo, she left Hidden Dragon High School. However, when they left, Zhua Xiaoduo deliberately walked past Xiangbing. He smiled meaningfully at Xiangbing and said telepathically, "After today, if you don't make your move, there won't be any left." Laughing, he swaggered off. Xiangbing was stunned. The moment Zhua Xiaoduo left. After that, everyone who had seen Zhua Xiaoyan at Hidden Dragon High School, especially the students, exploded. Many people lamented, "In this lifetime, I probably won't be able to find a wife. After seeing such a fairy, how can those ordinary girls still be pleasing to my eyes?" All of the students who said that were the cause of disaster. Really, that all the female students of the Hidden Dragon High School completely ignored this group of people. Well, you're right. We're all ordinary girls. We're not good enough for you. You'll just be single. The atmosphere in Class 1 was even more lively. So beautiful. Many male students had yearning looks on their faces. She's beautiful, but she seems a little cold. That's right. Although this sister-in-law is very gentle and generous, and her words are also very warm, I just feel that her personality is quite cold. It's a kind of coldness that comes from her bones. Or should I say, ice. But she's also really beautiful. She's also beautiful to the bones. I'm envious, jealous, and hateful. Xiangbing's face was full of envy. Look at how well Zhua treats his wife. Zhua is handsome and confident. He's a young genius with peerless talent, and his cultivation is the best in the world. But such an outstanding person, for his wife, still keeps his chastity like jade in the Hidden Dragon High School, which is full of beauties. This is a good man. In the future, you're not allowed to call him a bitch. If anyone does, I'll get angry with them. All the students felt that something was wrong. These words, why did it sound so wrong? In the past, Xiangbing, didn't you scold with Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong 7 or 8 times a day? How come now? In your mouth, they're so outstanding. You're not allowed to call Zhua Xiaoduo a bitch. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you praise him like this? When did you betray him? Don't tell me you haven't had enough of fighting with him every day. However, it was obvious that Xiangbing had taken a liking to Zhua Xiaoduo. Her words were filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration, but there was no adoration. Many of the boys thought to themselves, if I had such a beautiful wife, I would definitely keep my chastity outside. No, bah, 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 bah. We're all single dogs now. How are we not keeping our chastity? Xiangbing glanced at one of the sect leaders and sighed. So he didn't hesitate to act like a bitch so that he doesn't get involved with other girls. This is to avoid getting into a relationship. Such true love is really touching. This is self-deprecation. Do you understand? What a noble sentiment. Li Chenglong agreed and said, Bing Danner is right. Boswa is really good to his wife. Although it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that he's self-deprecating, it's true. Xiangbing pouted even harder. However, there are many weirdos among our classmates. They look fat and smart, but they're actually as stupid as pigs. They don't know anything, but they call themselves wise. Li Chenglong laughed and rocked back and forth. Well said, Bing Danner, well said. Meng Zhongjun, You're so arrogant every day. See, you've been criticized? Ha ha. Black lines appeared on the foreheads of the entire class. Was Xiang Bing talking about Meng Zhongjun? Do you, Li Qinglong, really have no idea who I'm talking about? Xiang Bing also choked and sat down sullenly. Her expression kept changing as she thought about Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. One moment, she was gritting her teeth. The next, her face was dark. That after a while, as everyone was discussing in low voices, Xiang Bing suddenly stood up and pointed at Li Qinglong fiercely. She shouted, "Li Qinglong, don't leave after school if you have the guts." Chapter 724. Li Qinglong was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. You think I'm afraid of you? Fine. I'll wait for you after school. Oof. Xiang Bing bit her lips and hesitated for a moment. Her face turned red, but she made up her mind and strode out. She was gone in an instant. Meng Zhongjuan's eyebrows twitched. He looked at the direction where Xiang Bing left and then looked at Li Qinglong. Looks like something's going to happen. Yu Yin, and Zhen Piapiao were deep in thought. Was this a fight? Xiang Bing would definitely not be able to defeat Li Qinglong. Li Qinglong knew that. Everyone knew that. Even Xiang Bing herself knew that. However, Xiang Bing still had to say and do this. What was she trying to do? After thinking for a while, the two girls suddenly blushed. Was Xiang Bing going to Meng Zhongjun came over to discuss. You're both girls. Guess what Xiang Bing is trying to do? The two girls shook their heads in unison. I don't know. You don't know? Meng Zhongjun did not believe it. Do you think I'm blind? I clearly saw the two of you blushing. How could I not know? He frowned and thought hard. Xiang Bing is no match for Li Qinglong. There's no point in asking for a fight. If someone else were to fight Li Qinglong, Xiang Bing might not be willing. Xiang Bing is a girl who dares to love and hate. Now that she's met such an idiot, I guess she's going to cut the Gordian knot? Meng Zhongjun frowned. I think it's very likely. After school, when we're all gone, Xiang Bing will take the initiative to confess to Li Qinglong. TSK, I'll have to stay and hide. If my prediction is right, it'll be a historical moment. Zhen Piapiao and Yu Yin rolled their eyes. Li Qinglong said that you're a wise man. Do you really think you're a wise man? Li Qinglong was asking Xiang Chong. There won't be anyone else from your family, right? Xiang Chong glared at him. If I want to deal with you, our family only needs Bing Dan. Ha ha. Stop bragging. How dare you say such big words that even you don't believe? Li Qinglong laughed heartily. I said, deal with me? Ha ha. That's because your Xiang clan hasn't realized how powerful this sect master is. This sect master will hold her down and beat her up however I want. Today's incident at the Hidden Dragon High School had caused a tsunami on the internet. I'm surprised to see a fairy. A fairy has descended to the mortal world. Shocking. Why was an 80-year-old woman's corpse lying on the street? Why were a bunch of old sows screaming in the middle of the night? Why did the Hidden Dragon High School boys lose sleep all night? The reason is actually, in the past, other people would say that she's a peerless beauty, a fairy that descended to the mortal world. I've never believed it, but today I believe it. I feel like I've fallen out of love. A photo spread like wildfire on the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School website. Yes, there was only one. Moreover, the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School's website had already been deleted. But there was still one photo that spread out. It was probably saved by someone the moment it was uploaded, and then it was reposted. In the photo, the sky, the earth, and the brilliant sunshine were all reduced to the background. In the center was a young man and a young woman. The man was handsome and confident. His figure was tall and handsome. The woman was a peerless beauty, a proper fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Especially the woman. She was so beautiful that everyone who saw her felt their hearts stop beating immediately. Below, a large group of people were shouting, Sword King! This is Sword King! Ah, it's Sword King and his wife. So beautiful, so beautiful. Faced with such a peerless beauty, these lawless netizens even felt that they couldn't type out any blasphemous words. The overwhelming comments were all, so beautiful. Finally, Nine Heavens Pavilion. Something big happened. The civet went out this time to go on a blind date. This young man's looks are not bad. From the perspective of human appearance alone, he's barely worthy of spiritual thoughts. Compared to other people, the moment the boss of Nine Heavens Pavilion saw this photo, he only felt that the sky had darkened. His heart was cold. Such a thing actually happened, looking at the lovey-dovey look in the photo. This is bad, this is bad. These few days, I've been busy with the secret mission sent by the higher-ups and actually neglected the important role that Chief Nan arranged for me. She was actually taken away by someone. What should I do about this? I immediately sent a message. Minister, something happened to the civet. The reply was almost instantaneous. What happened? The civet went out this time to go on a date, and it seems that there's already substantial progress. After waiting for 2 seconds, there was no reply. Then, the phone started ringing as if it was about to die. The phone was picked up. Minister, do you want to die? A completely hysterical roar came from the other side of the phone. I asked you to keep an eye on her, and this is what you saw? Why aren't you dead yet? Go and die later. What's the use if you don't die? His head was full of sweat, and it flowed down with a whoosh. I've been too busy these few days, and the higher-ups suddenly sent me a secret mission in these few days. I didn't know that this would happen. Then what the hell do you know? What kind of bullshit secret mission is comparable to my people? On the other side of the phone, Chief Nan's voice was earth-shattering. You're fucking neglecting your duties and abusing your power for personal gain. You. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The last sentence was actually filled with grief and indignation. The boss of the Nine Heavens Pavilion was instantly shocked. He didn't know that during this period of time, Chief Nan, who was in a high position, had almost become a frightened bird. He was tricked by Yu Dong Tian and fought with the Wu people time and time again. But in the end, he still couldn't get rid of that family. Now that that family was involved again, it would be strange if he was in a good mood. What the hell is going on? Chief Nan was really helpless. This time, he might really be done for. Because of his son, he was still on the blacklist, and now something happened to his daughter. This was driving him to death. It's like this. Civet asked for leave in the morning. And then, Chief Nan's voice was a bit relaxed and doubtful. Hidden Dragon Master? Yes. What's that guy's name? I heard that his name is Zhuo Xiaoduo. Chief Nan heaved a long sigh of relief on the phone. His voice became steady and elegant. Sai, look at you. How big is this matter? As the supreme leader of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, can't you be more steady? It's as if the sky is falling down. You've been in a high position for so many years. Where's your bearing? Where's your composure? Why didn't you practice it at all? Chief, this is... Seriously, I thought something bad had happened. Isn't it just two young people dating? They're both willing and innocent. They're a perfect match, a match made in heaven. What's there to doubt? Chief Nan's voice was relaxed. Don't be so alarmed next time. Isn't it good to do your job properly? All right, go to your work. Isn't it normal for young people to fall in love? But, what buts? Do you still have other thoughts? No. Then why aren't you hanging up? Calling over such a small matter. Do you think I, the chief, am very free? Beep beep. The call was hung up. The chief wiped the cold sweat on his head and thought carefully. He seemed to have understood something, but it also seemed like he didn't understand anything. He just had to say something in his heart. What do you mean by calling over such a small matter? You're the one who called me, okay? All right, as long as you're fine. You scare me so much that I'm sweating. This scolding is really unjust. In the afternoon, school was over. Other than Xiang Bing and Zhuo Xiaoduo who weren't present, the other students of Class 1 didn't leave. Even those who were beaten black and blue didn't go to the recovery pod. They couldn't leave. They had to watch this show before leaving. Maybe it was really a historical moment. Li Chenglong didn't care about this. Everyone watching? What's the big deal? It'll show off my wise and mighty image. I, Li Chenglong, will use my iron fist to suppress all those who don't agree. Bing Dan is really bold today. She actually dares to challenge me. At dusk, as everyone waited with bated breath, Xiang Bing arrived at the school in a red dress and entered the class. Red shirt, red skirt, and red leather boots. His entire body was like a ball of fire, burning all the way to the campus, leaving behind a gorgeous scenery. It could be seen that Xiang Bing had dressed up very carefully before coming here. Her height was more than 8 meters, but it was well proportioned and balanced. It didn't make people feel that she was tall or strong. They only felt that this woman was very beautiful and outstanding. She was natural and graceful and had a different kind of flavor. It was a kind of valiant and heroic. The kind of beauty that belonged to a woman. She was full of heroic spirit. Xiang Bing didn't expect that at this time. No one in the class had left. The moment she pushed the door open and entered, she was stunned at the door. Her pretty face instantly turned red. Ow! 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 Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, Jia Kuang, and the others roared desperately. The other male students cheered at the same time as if they were on steroids. Only Xiang Chong didn't move from his seat. He looked at his sister walking in without hesitation. His eyes flashed with deep blessings, but there was also a hint of reluctance. His sister was going to choose the path of her life today. At this point, Xiang Bing would never turn back, even if the other party was a piece of steel. Facing Xiang Bing's red dress, no matter how slowly Chenglong was, he seemed to understand something. Yu Yin and Zhen Piapiao jumped up excitedly and waved their small white fists. Bing go! Bing go! Xiang Bing, go! The whole class cheered together. Xiang Bing was in a red dress that was as bright as snow. She was graceful and her skin was as white as jade. Hearing the deafening cheers, Xiang Bing's face was no longer red. She took a step forward and stepped onto the podium. On the podium, she cupped her fists valiantly to the whole class. Today, let everyone be the witness. Today, let everyone be the witness. After the meeting, there will be an explosion. I have 3 chapters now. Hee hee hee. Chapter 725. Ouch! The cheers of the entire class were so loud that they almost flew out of the entire school building. Xiang Bing waved her hand and cupped her fist. Instantly, the cheers of the entire class stopped abruptly. Xiang Bing stood on the podium and took a deep breath. With a determined expression, she suddenly turned around and said loudly to Li Chenglong, Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing, like you, I want to be your wife. Are you willing to be my husband? After hearing this declaration, Li Chenglong was dumbfounded. He stood up in a daze and waved his hands. He was completely at a loss. At this moment, his swollen brain was still in a mess, like a pile of paste, but it was undeniable that the indescribable surprise, the sudden feeling of his heart stopping. Damn, where did this awkward feeling come from? The feeling of his heart suddenly beating like 10,000 horses galloping. Where did it come from? As if she could not see Li Chenglong's daze, Xiang Bing knew that this piece of steel would not be able to react. Hence, she directly announced on the podium, even if you don't agree, it's useless. So now I announce. The 2 of us are a couple. You're my man. Xiang Bing's beautiful eyes were filled with emotions. Her gaze was a little nervous, but she pretended to be fierce and said loudly, You have to treat me well in the future. Do you understand? Do you understand? All the students' cheers were hoarse. Too cool. Too awesome. It was too shocking. Li Chenglong's mind was in a mess. In a daze, he could only hear his own muddled voice saying, Okay. Xiang Bing snorted. Her face relaxed, and her heart was finally at ease. What she was most afraid of was if Li Chenglong said that he was not willing in front of everyone. That would be too embarrassing. Of course, Xiang Bing was also prepared. If Li Chenglong said that he was not willing in front of everyone, Xiang Bing would immediately say, Since you're not willing to be my husband, then are you prepared to be my lifelong friend? However, this sentence was only a backup plan. It was just a last resort to make himself less embarrassed. But now, all her worries were gone. This idiot actually agreed. Now are you free? Xiang Bing stood on the podium and looked at Li Chenglong. Yes. Li Chenglong nodded blankly. Then, Are you willing to go out for a meal and a drink with me? Xiang Bing's eyes sparkled. All right, follow me. Xiang Bing walked down from the podium and stretched out her hand. Li Chenglong reached out his hand in a daze. Then, Xiang Bing pulled Li Chenglong and walked away confidently. Wow, it was too satisfying. It was too exciting. It's a classic. Even after the two of them had left for a long time, many of the students were still in a daze. That's it. It was too shocking. It was too shocking. Countless female students had looks of sincere envy on their faces. This was Xiang Bing. Dare to love and dare to hate. Even if he was facing steel, I will also move forward bravely, regardless of my own safety. If I like him, I will confess. I won't wait anymore. Many people suggested to let this person say it, let that person say it, let the family say it, let the teacher say it. I don't need all of them. I will do it myself. My happiness will depend on me to fight for it. Such a free and easy personality. Many female students were simply envious to the bone. If only I could, however, this was just a thought. They could only be envious. Although everyone understood and envied her, Xiang Bing was the only one who could really do such a thing. Perhaps she was the only one who could do it. No one else could do it. Xiang Bing was Xiang Bing, one of a kind. Yu Yin'er and Zhen Piapiao both sighed softly, envious from the bottom of their hearts. However, both of them also knew that the fate between Li Chenglong and Xiang Bing was difficult to replicate. There was no point in being envious. The foundation between the two of them was very deep. The reason why Xiang Bing dared to do this today was because she was quite confident. Although Li Chenglong was steely, Xiang Bing could still feel whether he liked her or not. If she was really not confident, why would Xiang Bing take such a risk and use her life as a bargaining chip? She was just using the most barbaric method to awaken Li Chenglong's dormant EQ that she had completely thrown aside. Then, she pulled him over, for the sake of this life's happiness. Because Xiang Bing knew that a person like Li Chenglong with such a high IQ would be passive in terms of emotions. It was not that he was slow in love, but that he rarely confessed and took the initiative to attack. In other words, he was always in a passive state of waiting for a girl to take the initiative and forcefully tear open the door of his heart. She wanted to completely conquer him and possess him. This kind of man was not romantic, but he was extremely reliable. And the most speechless thing was that he was waiting like steel, but whoever tore open the door in his heart first would be the one who owned this man. Xiang Bing did not want to wait any longer because she was afraid. She was afraid that a brave girl like her would suddenly appear and forcefully tear open the door of Li Chenglong's heart. First impressions are the strongest. What's more, Zhuo Xiaoduo brought his wife to walk around the class today, which gave Xiang Bing a huge amount of courage. She knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo's appearance was tantamount to lifting the curtain. From today onwards, there would be a lot of boys and girls confessing to each other. There would be a lot of couples appearing in the Hidden Dragon High School. If she did not make a move now, she was afraid that it would really be too late. And when Zhuo Xiaoduo left, he looked at her with a faint smile and sent her a telepathic message. If you don't make a move now, he won't be yours anymore. Li Chenglong was not an ordinary character. He was second only to Zhuo Xiaoduo in hot demand. So today, she resolutely made a move without hesitation, cutting off all means of retreat. All the students dispersed in twos and threes. As they walked, they discussed in low voices, exclaiming in admiration and lamenting that Xiang Chong seemed to be sitting calmly at the same spot. For a long time, he did not move, but the corners of his mouth were a little bitter and a little smile. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, Jia Kuang, Pai Yibao, and the others walked over. What's wrong? Are you feeling a little disappointed? Meng Zhangjun smiled. His expression was also filled with emotions. When my sister got married that year, I felt the same. Xiang Chong laughed. Actually, what's there for me to be disappointed about? My sister has found her happiness today. What's there for me to be disappointed about? This is a good thing. A very good thing. Jia Kuang suggested. Do you want to go out for a drink? Let's have a drink. Sure. Xiang Chong laughed. Let's go, it's my treat. A few teenagers walked out at the same time. Then, a few more ran over. Bring me along. Xiang Chong laughed. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's have a good time together. Zhen Piao shouted from afar. Slow down. Let's change our clothes and go too. Then you have to hurry up. Xiang Chong roared. This roar was fine, but with a whoosh, except for Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and Xiang Bing, all the other single dogs of Class 1 gathered together. None of them were missing. Gao Qiao also walked over from afar with Gao Qingxiang. Ah, is this a gathering? How about the two of us? Xiang Chong, the two of us. Gao Qiao laughed. Why? You don't welcome us? Can't I treat you instead? What do you want to eat and do tonight? I'll treat you all. Ayo. A group of wolves roared. Xiang Chong laughed heartily. Good. It's your treat. Let's go to first-class heaven. First-class heaven it is. Gao Qiao waved her hand generously. First-class heaven. I'll book the whole place tonight. Generous. The crowd walked out in a mighty manner. They only hear Xiang Chong's rough voice shouting. Today, everybody has witnessed it. There's something I'd like to say up front. We are all brothers and sisters, so we must help each other. Just say it. More than 50 people, regardless of gender, patted their chests together and said heroically, we won't say no. In the future, if Li Chenglong dares to bully my sister, will anyone beat him up with me? Xiang Chong raised his arms and shouted. With another whoosh, Xiang Chong's side was suddenly empty. Everyone clustered around Gao Qiao, and the others, chatting and laughing as they walked out. It was as if they didn't hear Xiang Chong at all. They weren't stupid. If we can beat Li Chenglong, we will definitely go. But we can't beat that guy. We want to help you beat up your brother-in-law. But we were beaten up by your brother-in-law. Who can we reason with? If it's just the sect leader, it's fine. The problem is that the Sword King is beside the sect leader. After the fight, you will still be relatives. What about us? We will have to face the pressure of the Sword King and the sect leader. And it might be endless. How can we be so stupid? Xiang Chong scratched his head, his face full of depression. At the right moment, a crow cawed and flew over Xiang Chong's head. Wait for me. Xiang Chong chased after it. Under the setting sun, this group of young men and women chatted and laughed, playing and chatting as they walked into the distance. The setting sun merged everyone's shadows into one. It was long and stretched, to the endless distance, that Li Chenglong didn't come back for the whole night. So Xiaoduo didn't care at all. Every day, intentionally or unintentionally, he would read Li Chenglong's fortune. It had almost become a habit. This guy, not only was he not in danger, he was actually going to have good luck with women these days. After bringing Zhuo Xiaoyan to the Hidden Dragon High School to show off, the complacent and high-spirited Zhuo Xiaoduo was mercilessly suppressed by Zhuo Xiaoyan as soon as he returned home. At the Hidden Dragon High School, of course I have to give you enough face. After all, there's so many outsiders watching. Men need to be respected in the outside world. But now that we're home, little dog, shouldn't you explain yourself? What you did today made me so embarrassed, okay? You only care about showing off to yourself. You don't care about my feelings that believe it or not. I'll beat you up. Then, it wasn't a matter of whether you believed it or not, but Zhuo Xiaoyan directly went crazy. She sealed Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation as soon as she started, and he did a bungee jump of 8,848 meters for 3 hours. Zhuo Xiaoduo pretended for 3 hours, making all kinds of soul-stirring acts. From the beginning to the end, he begged for mercy. He was so tired of pretending that even Wu Yuding couldn't stand it anymore. Don't throw it. Wu Yuding came out to stop her. This trick is useless against him. Nian, you can't do this to men. Chapter 726. Wu Yuding sighed in her heart. Her daughter was too naive. Dogda was now a core master, and he was far more powerful than the average core master. How could she scare him like how she scared him when he was young? Did she think that he was still the little dog that was scared out of his wits when you threw him away? She had to teach her the art of controlling her husband. Otherwise, this girl would really be eaten by Dogda. Zhuo Xiaoyan caught Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was falling from the sky. She held it by the back of his neck and asked humbly, "Mom, what should I do? Please teach me." Wu Yuting raised her eyebrows and said, "Hit where it hurts. Only by attacking its weak points can you defeat the enemy. This is especially true when dealing with a lazy guy like Dogda. The most direct method is to postpone the wedding for 10 years. Mom, so Xiao Duo, who was being carried like a dead dog, screamed at the top of his lungs, "You're really my mother." Wu Yuting was unmoved. Another example is to not let him in on the wedding night. He will disappear for a few years. "Mommy, sob sob," so Xiao Duo cried. Another example is to not let him sleep on the bed in the future. Another example is Wu Yuting came up with one good idea after another. So Xiao Duo felt cold all over. Zhuo Chonglu, who was eavesdropping in the room, was also shocked and moved. Mom. So Xiao Duo struggled to get down and helped Wu Yuting up. "It's late. Why don't you go to bed?" "Thank you, Mom. I will do that in the future. I will listen to everything you say." Zhuo Xiaoyan chuckled, her body trembling with laughter. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, looked as if he had lost his parents. That night, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly remembered that he still had two treasures. He seemed to have forgotten to show them to his parents, so he quickly took them out and showed them to them. "Dad, Mom, look at these two." Then he took out the bead that he had taken out from the body of the giant earthworm and introduced it. Then he took out the Void Transformation Stone and introduced it. Void Transformation Stone. Good stuff. Zhuo Chonglu immediately set his eyes on the Void Transformation Stone. "Dad, you know about this thing?" Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that his parents were two encyclopedias. How could they know everything? Seen everything? This thing is indeed very rare, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Zhuo Chonglu clicked his tongue in admiration. He looked at the Void Transformation Stone in his hand and said, "But this thing is really good. It can be said to be a divine item for assassins." "How good is it? Can you tell me the details?" Zhuo Xiaoduo asked humbly. "Well, it's not bad." Zhuo Chonglu pushed the Void Transformation Stone back. "If you don't intend to be an assassin, don't use this thing if you can. After all, it's addictive to use. It's a good thing that can silently take care of a strong enemy. It's a good thing that everyone loves. It's easy to kill someone above your level. Naturally, it's a super good thing. However, this thing has a huge flaw. It's useless against enemies above the Sky Soar realm. On the contrary, it's hard to cover up one's flaws due to the dependence one has on it for a long time. It's easy to lose one's life in an instant. Think about it carefully. When you're used to taking advantage of opportunities, reaping without sowing, and killing enemies above your level. By the time you reach the Returnance realm, this habit will be deeply ingrained. Even if you know it's dangerous, you've already gotten used to it. If at that time, you try to kill a Sky Soar realm expert, then you'll be sending your neck to the enemy's blade. You must always remember that there are no shortcuts in the martial path. The higher the level of the martial path, the more you need to return to the basics. When you reach the Sky Soar realm, although the Void Transformation Stone can't be considered a useless stone, it has to be at the same level as the enemy's cultivation to be of some use. As for the higher realms, the Void Transformation Stone is completely useless. It'll only be a burden. Your cultivation is still shallow, so you're still unable to experience the atmosphere of a battle at that realm. No matter how amazing your techniques are, they'll be useless at that time. As what Zhanglu Chunchun said, you must always remember one thing, and that is, the so-called skills are only used because the power level of humans is not high enough. That's why we try our best to do things that are impossible with limited power. That's why techniques are called techniques. If your strength is high enough, then any techniques will be nothing but a joke. To put it bluntly, all martial arts moves are skills. Regardless of whether it's using 4 tails to pull 1,000 caddies or using force to shift one's strength, they're all useless in the face of absolute strength. When a cultivator reaches the Sky Soar realm, there's basically no technique that they can't understand. What you know, I know. What you don't know, I might know. When you want to use techniques, that's when you want to save your strength, or when your ambition is at its peak. That's when you'll be at a disadvantage. Zhuo Chonglu smiled faintly. If someone at the same level as me use his techniques against me. He might not even last a second. So Xiaoduo nodded seriously. I understand. Dad, I'll try not to use this void transformation stone in the future. He chuckled and said, that Yu Moyan seems to be an assassin. I'll find an opportunity to sell this thing to him. Sell it to him? Zhuo Chonglu smacked his lips. I seem to have heard you mention that Yu Moyan's family is quite poor. Can he afford something like that? Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his chin. Dad, you're so narrow-minded. If he can't afford it, can't he just write an IOU? How much are you planning to sell it for? Zhuo Chonglu asked. 100 million. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, 100 million high-grade jade of astral souls. This price isn't too much, right? I'm not asking for too much, am I? Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Chonglu almost choked to death. 100 million high-grade jade of astral souls. You could just kill Yu Moyan. Once this IOU is written, your classmate Yu Moyan will have to work for Zhuo Xiaoduo for the rest of his life. Even if he works until he reaches the level of Heavenly King, he still might not be able to pay off his debt. All right, as long as you know what you're doing. Zhuo Chonglu stopped talking. He just wanted his son to understand the harmful effects of the Void Transformation Stone. As for how Zhuo Xiaoduo would deal with this stone, that was his own business. Zhuo Chonglu said that he didn't care. This bead is really strange. Zhuo Chonglu looked at the bead that Zhuo Xiaoduo took out from the earthworm's body. He looked at it from left to right, and surprisingly, he was at a loss. It's really strange. I can't see through it. Wu Yuding walked over curiously. What is it that you can't see through? She knew who her husband was. If there was something in this world that Zhuo Chonglu couldn't see through, it meant that it was really too rare. Wu Yuding took the bead and felt it for a moment. She couldn't help but shake her head. It's not an illusion bead. Zhuo Chonglu nodded. How did you get it? Zhuo Xiaoduo told him the whole process. Earthworm. It can grow infinitely bigger after eating it. Zhuo Chonglu really didn't understand. It doesn't seem to have much effect now, but I have a feeling that this thing isn't that simple. Earthworms are extremely weak, and it's difficult for them to cultivate. This bead can transform an earthworm into an existence that's almost in a different sense. Its effect is extraordinary. Keep it first. We'll slowly study it later. Zhuo Chonglu coughed. Although he looked calm, he was still a little embarrassed. His son actually took out something that he didn't recognize. This really damaged his image as a great and honorable father. How could Wu Yuding not know Zhuo Chonglu's appearance? She stared at him mockingly, and a trace of amusement flashed across her lips. Zhuo Chonglu coughed. I'm going to take a shower and get ready for bed. With that, he stood up and left that Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chonglu went to bed early, leaving Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xianyu alone. The husband and wife were both experienced. Naturally, they knew that a newly engaged young man and woman couldn't get enough alone time together. Zhuo Xianyu sat on the two-seater sofa, watching TV as if nothing was wrong. She held the remote control in her hand and looked very carefree. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat on the single-seater sofa next to her, but he only felt an unbearable itch in his heart. Bored to death, he took out his phone and saw that the class group chat was full of videos. It was the scene of Xiang Bing's confession. He listened to Xiang Bing's words. I announced that we're a couple. You have to be good to me in the future. Understand? Understand? So Xiaoduo almost couldn't help but howl like a wolf. He couldn't help but be enraptured. He really didn't misjudge this girl. She fell in love with just a push. Then, are you willing to go out with me for a meal and a drink? Xiang Bing's words were clearly heard. Ow, ow. Zhuo Xiaoduo howled like a wolf. This girl's ability to execute orders is really strong. Zhuo Xianyun's gaze drifted over. Swollen, she confessed. Let me show you. Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to run over. I don't want to see. Zhuo Xianyun pouted. You sit over there, don't come over. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat down awkwardly. This reason is not good, but even swollen, but I still, therefore, he felt more and more unbearable. His buttocks bounced on the sofa, and he muttered to himself, this sofa spring seems to be broken. Why is it so uncomfortable? Therefore, he lifted his buttocks and moved to the big sofa. Zhuo Xianyun rolled her eyes and snorted softly, but the threat was obvious. Zhuo sat down again and bounced his buttocks awkwardly. It's really uncomfortable. Why is it so uncomfortable? As he spoke, he stole glances at Zhuo. Zhuo seemed to be focused on watching the TV and completely ignored him. Therefore, Zhuo lifted his buttocks again. Zhuo did not see him. Zhuo slowly moved his buttocks and finally moved to the big sofa. He bounced his buttocks and said happily, "This is still the most comfortable." Zhuo looked at him expressionlessly and turned to watch the TV. Zhuo bounced his buttocks and said happily, "Comfortable, this sofa is really comfortable." As he bounced, he moved to Zhuo side and there was slight physical contact. Wow, so fragrant and soft. Oomph. Zhuo snorted coldly and glanced at him coldly. Comfortable, so comfortable. Zhuo started bouncing his buttocks again as if nothing had happened. Then it would jolt again and again and again and again. Later, Zhuo looked speechlessly at Zhuo, who was leaning on her body. This guy was bouncing around, and she did not know when he had stuck to her body like chewed gum. He was blissful and was no longer bouncing around. Moreover, his hands were grabbing her small hands, and he was giggling foolishly. He just held her hand tightly and did not do anything else. He leaned on her hand and giggled foolishly. Zhuo rolled her eyes and breathed heavily. The remote control dimmed and changed the channel. On the screen, a cicada jumped out. "Aya!" Zhuo seemed to be shocked, and his face turned pale. He hugged Zhuo waist and said, "Aya, this cicada is so scary." Zhuo was embarrassed and angry. "You are a ruthless person who kills people like flies, and now you have the nerve to say that cicada are scary. Let go." "It's so scary. I'm scared of cicada the most." Zhuo was trembling all over. He hugged Zhuo's soft and slender waist and refused to let go. He seemed to be really scared, and his face was red. "Cicada is so fierce. Sob, sob, sob. So scary. Sob, sob, sob." Open a separate chapter to explain the update in the next few days. Chapter 727. This rascal. Zhuo was angry and amused at the same time. She wanted to push him away, but then she remembered. They were engaged. This hug was quite normal, right? She couldn't deny him any benefits. Zhuo could only let him hug her. She watched the TV on her own. Her white, jade-like face was faintly flushed after a long time. She felt an itch on her thigh. His hand, which had been steaming, was actually touching her thigh. "Sister Nian, are you embroidered with flowers on your pants?" Zhuo curiously put his hand on it and touched it. "It's so exquisite." He touched it again. "It's so beautiful." Thus, he naturally placed it on Zhuo's thigh. Zhuo forced herself to hold back again. "I want to see how far you can go today." Her heart was pounding, but she gritted her teeth. "Dog, don't go overboard today." But Zhuo felt that he had achieved a major breakthrough. So he behaved for a few minutes and then began to slide down. "Sister Nian, your pants are so slippery. What material are they made of? Are they all flowers? Let me touch it. It's so slippery. It's made of good material. It must be very comfortable to wear, right?" Zhuo's heart almost jumped out of his mouth. His mouth was dry, but he still pretended to seriously examine Zhuo's pants. He slowly stroked it with one hand, feeling the infinitely beautiful touch. His soul floated. "These thighs are so long. If I take them off, Zhuo held back. But the next moment, "Damn mosquito! How dare you bite my Nian cat?" Zhuo saw that Zhuo didn't react and thought that she had acquiesced. He thought that his plan had succeeded. Then, he cursed the mosquito, and one hand quickly launched a surprise attack on Zhuo's towering breasts. Bang! Zhuo flew out and fell on the floor. He was dizzy and said miserably, "There really was a mosquito. There really was a mosquito." Zhuo walked over with a cold face and picked up Zhuo. "Come, let's enter your pagoda. I want to exchange pointers with you." After the sparring, I believe that you can put away all your wicked ideas. That night, so Xiaoyan beat Xiaoduo 8 times in the space exterminating pagoda. The sky was still dark. Now, one day in the Tower of Emptiness was equivalent to 30 days outside. One night in the Tower of Emptiness was equivalent to half a month. Xiaoyan was tired from beating Xiaoduo. He took out his tent and began to cultivate in the Tower of Annihilation. However, he did not forget to chase Xiaoduo out of the Tower of Annihilation. Xiaoduo, I will cultivate here for the next few days. Xiaoyan said, I still need to take the Jiuxiao spiritual water. After all, I have just broken through to the cloud realm, and my foundation is not stable yet. I don't want to fall behind like Dad said. I will cultivate in the Tower of Annihilation for 2 days. When I feel that my foundation is stable enough, I can take it. Okay, this was a serious matter. Xiaoduo had no reason to refuse. However, Xiaoduo knew that he had been tricked when he went out. Sister Xiaoyan had a good reason. However, behind this reason, it meant that he would not be able to see her for at least 2 days. He would not even have a chance to fight her. Xiaoduo rushed in to argue with Xiaoyan, only to find that Xiaoyan was really meditating. No matter how unwilling Xiaoduo was, he did not dare to disturb her. He could only sigh. Fortunately, Xiaoyan came out of the Tower of Annihilation in the morning. Xiaoduo was relieved. Actually, Xiaoyan couldn't think of it, but they just got engaged. Xiaoduo wasn't the only one who couldn't hold it in. Xiaoyan was also the same. She felt like something was missing if she didn't see this sneaky dog face for a day. After coming out, Xiaoyan realized that the concession she made at night was definitely the most unwise concession she had ever made, because Xiaoduo had already treated it as normal. Seeing Xiaoyan making breakfast, he walked over naturally and put his arm around her waist, whispering, Are you doing it again? Looking at the arm around her waist, looking at Xiaoduo's calm and natural face, Luo Xiaoyan felt embarrassed. How could Xiaoyan not know how serious her mistake was this time? She protested again and again, but Xiaoduo argued. It was fine last night, but not today. We are engaged. Isn't it normal for us to do anything? Besides, I just put my arm around your waist. Did I do anything else? No, I just put my arm around your waist, right? Then why are you in such a hurry? Don't worry, I will definitely respect you. After breakfast, they sat on the sofa and chatted. Xiaoduo was already able to sit beside Xiaoyan without any change in his expression. He held Xiaoyan's hand with one hand and put his other arm around her waist. Openly and openly, Xiaoyan felt uncomfortable all over. Her body was stiff. Her parents were sitting opposite her. Then Xiaoduo suddenly yawned and said that he was very sleepy. He actually fell down onto Xiaoyan's lap. Xiaoyan's pink face instantly turned red. Opposite them, Changlu and Wu Yuting were surprised. Progress. So fast. He had already started to rest on her lap, and in front of the two of them, this dog is really something. Mom, look at him. Xiaoyan pursed her lips, feeling wronged. Tell me about your son. As she spoke, she pushed Xiaoduo, but she didn't use much strength. Wu Yuting rolled her eyes and thought to herself, if you don't want him to, would he be so powerful as to rest on your lap? Look at the way you pushed him. Are you pushing him or touching him? I can't control him. Wu Yuting hinted. You have to control yourself. Xiaoyan was at a loss and was speechless for a long time. How can I control myself? I've already taken precautions but don't you know how thick-skinned your son is? Xiaoduo got up embarrassedly and laughed. He scratched his head and said, Dad, Mom, it's normal for an engaged couple. I know. Changlu rolled his eyes. His face was red, and he got up to sunbathe. It seemed that as a father-in-law, it wasn't appropriate for him to be involved in these matters. That Wu Yuting waved at Xiaoyan and led Xiaoyan out. Xiaoduo stuck his head out to eavesdrop, but Wu Yuting locked him in the room. Nian, you're too lenient on him, Wu Yuting said. Let me tell you, you have to be more persistent. What? Insist that your clothes are still on and that your chest doesn't fall. That's enough. Wu Yuting held Zhuo Xiaoyan's little head and whispered, once a girl's chest falls, it's basically a total collapse. If you don't want to fall so early, you can't let him succeed. Zhuo Xiaoyan stroked her chest, her pretty face red. You're really too lenient on him. Wu Yuting sighed. For a long time, you coaxed him when he was young. When you were a little older, you played with him. When you were a little older, you took care of him for everything. You thought about him for everything. Although in your daily interactions with your brother, you seem to be in a strong and dominant position. But in reality, you always gave in to him and gave in to him. When he's unhappy or uncomfortable, you're more anxious than he is. As soon as Xiao Duo cries or feels uncomfortable, you'll immediately give in to him. It's a habit that's been formed for a long time. Sigh. Wu Yuting stroked her daughter's hair lovingly. Think about it. When he can't cultivate, are you more anxious than he is? Zhuo Xiaoyan lowered her head. Wu Yuting was right. That was indeed the case. Although she beat him up sometimes when she was angry, it didn't hurt at all. This caused this guy to immediately smile and do what he was supposed to do. It's hard to change her attitude. Wu Yuting sighed. I don't want to change. Zhuo Xiaoyan lowered her head. I should give in to him. I'm older than him. Her bright eyes turned. Thinking of Zhuo Xiaoyan's sneaky look, she couldn't help but smile. Wu Yuting was even more speechless. I'm giving you an idea, girl. Why do you look so sweet when you're talking? But you can't live like this as a married couple. What's the difference? Zhuo Xiaoyan widened her round eyes. Silly girl. Wu Yuting sighed. It was indeed nothing. But this little puppy was really living a happy life. Look at your face. You're willing to give anything away. There should be some rules. Yes, yes. Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded fiercely. Wu Yuting knew at a glance that this girl was actually not thinking about anything. She was just nodding her head instinctively. Forget it. I'll talk to the little puppy. Wu Yuting sent Zhuo Xiaoyan into the room. With a straight face, she called Zhuo Xiaoduo out. Tell me, what do you want? Wu Yuting's face was very serious. With a straight face, she glared and went straight to the point. I don't want to do anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. He scratched his head and was stunned for a while before he spoke. You child. Wu Yuting wanted to say something, but for a moment, she was a little speechless. She couldn't help but sigh. Strictly speaking, everything Zhuo Xiaoduo did was too normal. For any pair of men and women, from having feelings for each other to becoming one, in fact, it was a process of the man constantly breaking the bottom line of the woman. And this process could only be called instinctive. Everything was natural and indisputable. Once the relationship was confirmed, how far it would develop, or how long it would take to develop to that stage, to a large extent, depended on how thick-skinned one party was. And from the traditional view, or in most cases, the progress of this relationship depended on how thick-skinned the man was. Now, the situation was like a river bursting through a dam. It took a sharp turn and was out of control. It was not that Zhuo Xiaoyan was not reserved. The main reason was that her son, Zhuo Xiaoduo, was so thick-skinned that it was rare in the world. For his goal, he could be indomitable, shameless, and persevering regardless of reputation. As for his pride, Zhuo Xiaoduo could tear it off and put it in his pocket at any time. He could even use it as a shoe pad. This was the most important reason why Niancat was losing ground. For the record, I'm just an author. Zhuo Xiaoduo is just a fictional character. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo is despicable, our personalities are different. I'm very righteous. I'm very open and honest. I don't smile, and I'm a man of few words. Really, please believe me. Chapter 728. Besides, Wu Yuting also understood very well. Now that a man and a woman had just gotten engaged, in such a beautiful time where they could feel an electric shock just by touching each other's hands, it was inevitable that both of them would be very curious. Every time they touched each other, it would be a brand new physical experience. It was reasonable for both of them to want to get closer to each other. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo was trying everything he could think of. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was secretly happy to see him succeed, but he was also trying to resist and welcome him. That actually, she also wanted Duo to harass them, but Duo, I can tell you. Wu Yuding was afraid that her son would do something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Your sister Yin Yin is different from other women. Your sister Yin Yin is an astral soul with an innate ice jade constitution. That's why I keep reminding you about sister Yin Yin. Xiaoduo widened his big eyes in confusion. Huh? Xiaoduo was really puzzled. What was the meaning of this? Now that they were in a relationship, what did it have to do with cultivation talent? Wu Yuding said, innate ice jade constitution. I know you don't understand what it means and how important it is. I'll tell you now. Have you heard of the words flawless jade? Yes. Xiaoduo nodded vigorously. Yin Yin's constitution belongs to this type. I'm warning you seriously. Before she reaches the perfect ice jade constitution, you can't act rashly. In other words, you can't damage her chastity. Do you understand now? Xiaoduo grimaced. Mom, can you explain it more clearly? When you're born as a human, you have 3 perfect stages in your life. When you're in your mother's body, you have a perfect innate constitution. Everything you breathe in is innate qi. Everything you feed is innate soul. This is the first perfect stage. However, once you're born and come into contact with the mortal world, this perfect stage will be broken immediately. This is unavoidable for any cultivator, no, anyone. And in this world, even breathing and every component of clothing, food, housing, and transportation are filled with impurities. That's why perfection is broken. And there's a realm in the cultivation of martial arts. And it's called rebirth. Or, you'll know if it's another name. It's called flying heavens. Flying? Isn't Fei Tian, the cultivation realm above, returning profound? What does it have to do with rebirth? Isn't the so-called flying to the heavens another way of saying that a person has transcended the mortal world? And cultivators who have reached this stage must transform their mortal bodies into the state of Xiantian perfection. Only then can they truly fly to the heavens and truly break away from the mortal world. Now, this is the second perfection of man. Wu Yuding said, to be more clear, before your sister Yin Yin breaks through to the Sky Soar realm, you must not destroy her chastity. Once she loses her virginity, it will be a flaw in her body, and she will never be able to reach perfection. Even if she manages to break through to the Sky Soar realm, her innate ice jade physique will still be unable to reach perfection. She will still have flaws in her cultivation. Do you understand? Xiaoduo pouted, his face full of anger. He kept feeling that he had been duped, but he couldn't find any evidence to refute it. The names of the realms of martial arts cultivation are not given casually. You must firmly remember this. Wu Yuding sighed. Why do you need to achieve embryonic breathing before nascent soul? Then cloud transformation? Then spirit control? Then returning profound? Only after returning profound can one have hope of flying to the heavens? The connection between these is a step-by-step process. You've already cultivated for some time, but do you truly understand the true meaning of these words? If you truly understand, you'll understand what I'm saying. So as Xiaoduo said, Mom, then what about the third perfection? Wu Yuding took a light breath and said indifferently, the third perfection. Up until now, no one has been able to reach it, because this realm is called great perfection. It's an unattainable and unreachable realm. It's real, yet illusory. She sighed slightly. Perhaps someone would be able to reach it soon, because although she and her husband had used his hand to intercept his providence and nurture their son, increasing karma. However, it also made up for the biggest flaw of the mortal dust transformation, that as long as that person could see through this layer of karma, they would be able to achieve great perfection, just like immortal ascension. I see. So Xiaoduo carefully recalled the past. He recalled every little thing that had happened since he entered the Tao. Martial disciple, martial master, connate, embryonic breathing, core essence. And after that, nascent soul, cloud transformation, spirit control, returning profound, flying heaven. These realms seem to really indicate something. With a sudden realization, Xiaoduo seemed to have truly understood something. There's a very clear line in this. I want to explain it here. This explanation is too long. If you don't understand, leave a message. I'll find a chance to add a chapter. If you can understand, I won't. It's good that you understand. Wu Yuting said, remember, before your sister Nian Yin flies into the sky, you can do anything. The only thing you can't touch is that last step. Understand? Understood. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was gloomy and listless. All right, you can go and practice now. Wu Yuting sent Zhuo Xiaoduo away. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked back with his head drooped. However, his depression only lasted for a few minutes before he slowly became spirited again. Actually, it's nothing. It's just that I can't break through that last step for the time being. What's the big deal? Nian Yin Cat was originally guarding against me like I was guarding against hooligans. It's not easy for me to break through. Now, Mother has given me enough indication. I have to be tactful. Besides, it's just that I can't break through the last step. As for the rest, I can still do whatever I want. The fun in this. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head and wagged his tail again. It's not necessarily any less. Hence, he howled and went straight to Zhuo Xiaoyan, jumping and jumping. Zhuo Changlu came to Wu Yuting's side with a smile. Did you trick her? Yes, I did. Besides, it's not a trick. It's the truth. Wu Yuting rolled her eyes. Yes. Wu Yuting sighed and said with a conflicted expression, we have to scare this kid. Look at your daughter. She's basically defenseless now. She's even very indulgent. She's enjoying it, even though she wants to reject it. If we don't trick this kid, who knows, your daughter might be sent away in a few days. Zhuo Changlu smacked his lips and felt depressed. If there's anything you don't like about your son or daughter, or if there's anything you're worried about, you keep saying, your daughter, your son. Then, when your son or daughter becomes successful and improves, you keep saying, my son is awesome. My daughter is awesome. Your differential treatment is simply too obvious. So, if there's something good, it's your son or daughter. If you're naughty or angry, it's your son or daughter. For you to have such double standards, you should represent the mainland to negotiate with the UMNO alliance. That's the best way to make the best use of your talents. Thinking of this, Zhuo Changlu sighed. His wife was famous for her double standards. Back then, she represented the mainland to negotiate with the UMNO alliance many times. It was said that the few great shamans who talked to her all got emphysema when they went back. Now, there won't be any problems in the short term. As long as this kid really cares about Nian Yin and loves her, he won't do anything rash even if Nian Yin is sent to bed now. Not only is this kid patient, but he's also much more patient than ordinary people. He's an anomaly. Wu Yuting was very confident in her son's ability to do this. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. Do you think it's necessary? Necessary? Wu Yuting glared and said, if you don't scare this kid, our grandson might be born next year. Do you still have to doubt this? Isn't it better to have a grandson? Zhuo Changlu was puzzled. Idiot! Wu Yuting said angrily. How many more days can we stay in this secular world? This time, we have to break through when we go back. Then, we have to return. This fusion of body and soul. No matter how smooth the progress is, it'll take time, right? If there's no enlightenment, it'll take at least a year, right? If there's any enlightenment during this time, you won't be able to come out without 3 years. At most, we can only come out for a walk occasionally. We can't let this dog know our true identity. Do you have time to take care of the child? If we have a grandson and he comes out during this time, what will we do? Can the two of them take care of him well? If you give him a kitten or a puppy, they'll probably have a lot of fun. But the child, think about it. Wu Yuting said disdainfully, your son is so despicable now, and you still expect him to teach my grandson well. Your son is so despicable. I'm afraid he won't teach my grandson well. Listen to this. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. But when he thought about it, it seemed to make sense. Even if it wasn't for this, the war was about to start. The Demon Alliance's return was imminent, and the 3 continents were actively preparing for war. At such a delicate time, it was indeed inappropriate to have a child. It was better to raise their cultivation and stay alive first. Once they had a child, Nian Yin would miss at least 2 years of cultivation time. This was the golden time before the war. Thus, he didn't object. Zhuo Changlu, who had completed his own strategy, nodded vigorously. You did the right thing. Then he said, but when we come out, when our safety is basically guaranteed, if they haven't reached the Ascension Realm. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. When the time comes, you can tell them that you remembered wrongly and then told your mother. Then, your mother didn't know and told the two of you that it wasn't like that. Now, the two of you can do anything. Then she sighed. Actually, it's best if they reach the Ascension Realm. Not only will they have a long way to go, but a child born from a consummate body will also be good. Zhuo Changlu was speechless and looked at the sky. It turned out that he still had to take the blame for this. The heavens took pity on him. He didn't even say a word. So, he was the kind of person who would only show up when he needed to be used. But under his wife's threatening gaze, Zhuo Changlu could only choose one path. You're right. Cough, you're right. Chapter 729. It was 9:30 in the morning. Zhuo Xiaoduo absorbed all the heat in the Tower of Annihilation as usual. Zhuo Xiaoduo once again entered the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried his best to act like a mature and elegant father. He tried his best to show that he had a wife now. He was an adult. He had to be elegant and elegant. That was probably the attitude. A certain person was sitting on a stone table in the courtyard with a book in his hand. He had an air of elegance about him as he sipped his tea elegantly while reading. Occasionally, he would look at the book and smile. He nodded thoughtfully. He seemed to be saying, I understand. I'm improving again. I'm not tired of reading. In the courtyard of the villa, the grass was green. A cool breeze blew. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. Zhuo Xiaoduo was wearing a white robe, sitting on the stone platform in a carefree manner. He was holding a book, looking like a learned scholar. From a visual point of view, this scene was really a very pure and beautiful painting. Li Chenglong felt like he was in a dream. He came back from afar and walked into the villa in a daze. He saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's white robe fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal. You're back. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled elegantly. He did not show his teeth, and his eyes did not move from the book. What a picture of an elegant gentleman reading. Then, he lowered his eyebrows and said in a calm voice, It's good that you're back. Li Chenglong was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Finally, he was sure that the person in front of him was Zhuo Xiaoduo. Then, he realized something else. Boss, why are you holding the book upside down? Li Chenglong was very surprised. What are you up to this time? Putting on a show? What are you doing? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. He took a closer look at the book in his hand. Damn it was really upside down. He angrily threw the book to the ground, gritted his teeth, and jumped up. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Swollen, if I don't beat you to death today. Li Chenglong immediately screamed and turned around to flee. He was as anxious as a stray dog and as busy as a fish that had escaped the net. Zhuo Xiaoduo chased after him fiercely. Behind him, Grandma Shi, Wu Yuding, and the others burst out laughing while holding their stomachs that after a while. Zhuo Xiaoduo came back with Li Chenglong, whose face was all bruised and swollen. He felt a little strange. Swollen, something's not right with you today. Why are your legs so weak? You're too distracted. I can't believe I knocked you down so easily. It's a little strange. Li Chenglong's face was flushed red, and he averted his gaze. Isn't it normal that I can't beat you? Hee. Your smile is a little lewd. So Xiaoduo suddenly realized that something was wrong. He then frowned and said, The red mark on your neck. I don't remember hitting your neck, right? Li Chenglong's face instantly turned red. It's nothing. It's nothing even if you hit me. Zhuo Xiaoduo became more and more suspicious. He rolled his eyes and seemed to have understood something. He couldn't help but click his tongue twice. He circled Li Chenglong twice and said sarcastically, Swollen, what did you do last night? Didn't you go home last night? That's a big mistake. Why don't you tell me the truth? It was only now that he realized that this guy's luck with women had spread out and covered him completely this guy didn't do anything good last night? Don't be so loud. Li Chenglong was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. He pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo and ran into his room. Let's talk in the room. Let's talk in the room. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and followed Li Chenglong into the room. What's going on? Why don't you tell me the truth? Zhuo Xiaoduo acted like a judge. Ahem. Li Chenglong's face was red. He was a little perplexed, a little reminiscing, a little pleased, and a little manly. Last night, Li Chenglong found it hard to speak. I did that. Zhuo Xiaoduo almost burst out laughing when he heard that. However, he was also very surprised. This guy had always been proud of himself as the leader of the Iron and Steel sect. He never expected that he would be enlightened and hit a home run on the same night. That was really too awesome. Swollen, I finally have a whole new level of respect for you today. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed from the bottom of his heart. Was this really the leader of the Iron and Steel sect? Even a playboy wouldn't be able to do that. From being enlightened to being a man, it only took one night that this was simply more of a love expert than a love expert. A master. Although he didn't know if he was a man among men, he was almost there. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth was a little dry from talking. He poured a glass of water and said sarcastically, "What did you do? Tell me." It's just that. Li Chenglong felt like he was being bullied. He stammered, "Boss, don't laugh. Last night. It's hard to explain. I was ruined by Xiang Bing." Puffed. Ahem. Zhuo Xiaoduo directly sprayed Li Chenglong's head, face, and body. Then he coughed violently. This time, it was no exaggeration. He really choked to death. She had been ruined. What the fuck? This sentence made Zhuo Xiaoduo's entire body flutter in the wind. It was as if he could conquer the world. You were ruined by Xiang Bing? Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were hanging up. Even his voice became strange. Tell me the details. Zhuo Xiaoduo was excited. He pulled a chair over and sat opposite Li Chenglong. Yesterday afternoon, Xiang Bing suddenly said that she likes me, and it was useless for me to object. She fixed me. Li Chenglong's brain was obviously short-circuited. And then, I didn't object to it. And then, Xiang Bing asked me out for a meal and a drink, and then we went for a drink. Fuck, who asked you this? What happened after the drink? And then, after the drink, Xiang Bing got drunk. Li Chenglong sighed. Drunk? The corner of Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth twitched. Let's not talk about how a martial artist could handle alcohol. Even Xiang Bing's alcohol tolerance was not something that Li Chenglong could handle. How could she get drunk so easily? Probably only the leader of the Iron and Steel sect would believe such nonsense. Even the deputy leader of the Iron and Steel sect wouldn't believe it. Well, what happened after Xiang Bing got drunk? Then, I helped Xiang Bing out of the restaurant. At that time, the neon lights on the street were so beautiful. Little Bing got drunk and insisted on looking at the neon lights. Well, what happened after looking at the neon lights? Then we walked to a hotel. It seemed to be the most high-end hotel in Fenghai, Moon Attainment Restaurant. We found out that Moon Attainment Restaurant was closed today. There were no neon lights. Xiang Bing was unhappy and insisted on dragging me to ask why there were no neon lights here. The neon lights were so beautiful. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth twitched. Xiang Bing's scheme was a bit deep. And then we went in and asked. Tonight, it was actually intentional. The people in Moon Attainment Restaurant said that we deliberately created this phenomenon. As long as someone walked in, the first person who walked in would be the heavenly VIP today. This kind of event hasn't happened in decades. Today, it was a sudden inspiration from a boss. Cough, cough. A sudden inspiration. It was so fucking good. Then, Dewey Restaurant put up a neon sign because of us, but they still didn't open for business today. They only served us. Then, they gave us a high-end banquet. They said it was VIP treatment. Then, Xiang Bing suddenly wanted to drink. She pulled me and wouldn't let me leave. Li Chenglong's expression was very strange. As we drank, Xiang Bing got drunk again. She said that she wanted to sleep. Then, She pulled me to check if the Deer Moon restaurant was clean or not. After that, we went into the most luxurious Emperor's suite. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes sparkled. And then Xiang Bing said I smelled. She told me to take a shower. And after the shower, as soon as I came out, Xiang Bing pulled me around in circles. After a few rounds, she pushed me onto the bed. Zhou Xiaoduo licked his lips, his eyes shining. Then, she forced herself on you. You didn't resist? At that time, she suddenly pressed on top of me without any warning. Then, Li Chenglong suddenly quivered and tilted his head. I can't say the rest. Fuck. Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. We were just talking about the benefits, and you're not going to continue? Do you think you're a platinum god who writes novels? Have you encountered a harmonious plot? No, continue. How dare you keep me in suspense? How dare you? Do you think I won't stab you with a knife? Then, I was violated. Do you really want to hear the whole process? Li Chenglong looked conflicted. I didn't expect you, Zhou Xiaoduo, to be this kind of person. I'm this kind of person. I want to hear the whole process. What's the point of just telling me the ending? I'm also confused about the whole process. I don't know why. Anyway, it was until this morning. Li Chenglong coughed. Xiang Bing went home. She asked me to help her apply for leave. And then? That's it. You didn't sleep the whole night? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. Cough, cough, cough. Yes. Really? Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but be speechless. This idiot. Our leader is no longer single. Fuck, this idiot is even faster than me. And he spent the whole night. Being violated the whole night? You're really a fucking bull. Zhou Xiaoduo took a book and rolled out a microphone. Li Chenglong, let's have an interview. After you were defiled, and defiled several times at that, what are your thoughts? Li Chenglong coughed and sat up straight. In a very formal voice, he said, I thank the leaders of the mainland, the government, and the soldiers for creating a peaceful environment. I thank this environment for allowing my parents to get married. I thank my parents for raising me and giving birth to a man. I thank Xiang Bing for violating me. This feeling is actually quite good. Ha ha. Chapter 730. Xiaoduo laughed so hard that he fell from the chair to the ground. He held his stomach and laughed uncontrollably. So a bastard like you actually understood everything. Yet you allowed her to defile you. Fuck, how can this be considered as being forced? It's more like being pushed and pushed. Zhou Xiaoduo was almost out of breath. Actually, I didn't understand until I got to the Yue restaurant. Li Chenglong sighed and said, but at that time, if I left, I was afraid that I would leave Xiao Bing with a lifelong regret. So I could only choose to sacrifice my chastity. Swollen's face was full of helplessness. Bah, Zhou Xiaoduo said disdainfully. Bah, your face is full of shit. Li Chenglong, how can you say something like that? I, Zhou Xiaoduo, have really misjudged you. Li Chenglong laughed and scratched his head. What about now? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. I'll marry her. Li Chenglong was very determined. I will definitely marry her, so I need your help. What help? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Uncle Zhua and Auntie Zhua are both here. They happen to be from Phoenix City too. Actually, my parents will be here in a few days. I can't wait for them. I have to give them an explanation for what happened last night. Or else, Xiao Bing will be very sad. Li Chenglong looked serious. I want to ask Uncle Zhua and Auntie Zhua to be the matchmaker for me. I'll propose marriage today. At least we have to settle the marriage first. Then, when my parents are here, we'll make arrangements. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded. That's not a problem. You're my brother. My parents are similar to yours. Suddenly, he realized something. Wow, Swollen, you're using your little tricks on me? You didn't call me in to tell me how you were raped. You just wanted me to do something for you. Li Chenglong grabs Zhou Xiaoduo's hand and begged. Boss, help me, help me. Forget it. I'll talk to my dad now. I think he'll agree. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Li Chenglong beamed with joy. Thank you. Ha ha. Why aren't you going? Go quickly. What time is it? All right. You're really something. Zhou Xiaoduo tapped Li Chenglong's nose again and again. Li Chenglong, I'll remember you. He turned around and opened the door. That's basically what happened. Xiao Duo looked at his father. Changlu sighed. All right, your mom and I will agree. He glanced at Xiao Duo and thought to himself, Kid, you probably don't know how much good you've done for your brother, right? Are your parents the kind of matchmakers who can casually act as matchmakers? A fucking Sky Patrol minister and his wife acting as matchmakers. In this world, since ancient times, there had only been one pair. That was Yin Zhonghu, and by Yin Duo, the king of Zhuolu and his wife. But that pair was his own disciple. It was the first time in his life that he had acted as a matchmaker for someone unrelated to him. Li Chenglong's face was as high as the sky. But after thinking about it, he still asked cautiously, Don't you know how to read people's faces? This Li Chenglong, what do you think of his future achievements? Is there a need to read people's faces? Xiao Duo was puzzled. Obviously, he didn't think that his father had any scruples and wouldn't be so willing to act as a matchmaker. Zhuanglu smiled meaningfully and said, You're good at physiognomy and qi divination. So, you should know that the concept of a person's luck isn't nonsense. Of course. Xiao Duo said, Well, fate does exist. Changlu said lightly. For example, there are many ordinary young people getting married now. You know about wedding cars, right? Yes. There was a time when wedding cars were very particular. The more expensive, the better. This was because it could make the groom and the bride proud. However, there was one thing that had to be paid attention to, and that was whether the fate of the bride and groom could withstand the transport of a luxury car that was too high-end. For example, when a bride got married, her wedding car was worth $10 million. But this wedding car was the only luxury car that the bride had ever sat in her entire life. Why? Because her fate wasn't enough, the car backfired on her. On the day of the wedding, the bride's fate had reached the peak of her life. Her fate would be affected by the car she sat in. It's taboo for ordinary private luxury cars to be used as a wedding car for others. But this isn't the most terrible and taboo thing. If the bride's fate couldn't overcome the extravagance of the car, then the bride's fate would be taken away by the car, causing her fate to be damaged. This is the backfire of the car that I mentioned just now. Zhuanglu smiled. So, do you understand now? Xiao Duo instantly understood. You mean, you're worried that Li Chenglong's fate can't withstand the matchmaking between you and Mom? Changlu smiled. That's what I mean. Although it's a little self-inflating, but on this continent, there aren't many people who can withstand the matchmaking of your dad and mom at the same time. Xiao Duo thought for a while and said, Dad, don't worry. Swollen's fate is quite good. It can be said that he has the potential to soar to the sky. According to my current fortune-telling skills, Swollen's future achievements will be at the pinnacle of the continent. Changlu's eyes narrowed. The pinnacle of the continent? Are you serious? Xiao Duo nodded seriously and said, Yes, I'm sure of this. Changlu's face became serious. Do you know what the pinnacle of the continent means? I don't know. Xiao Duo said honestly. Physiognomy is based on cultivation. For example, I can't see the physiognomy and fate of people with high cultivation because these people can hide all these. Of course, the higher my cultivation, the more I can see through the cultivator's fate, the clearer it will be. Changlu said faintly, This is how it should be. You should know that the way of heaven has its basis, but fate has its flaws. If a cultivator who has entered the way of cultivation is seen by others, then his opponent can use this to plot against him. However, with Li Chenglong's cultivation and strength, I can see that his face is that of a dragon soaring through the sky. His fate is that of the clouds above the 9 heavens. I can't be wrong about that. Flying dragon soaring in the sky above the clouds. All those with Changlu didn't know much about fortune-telling. He could still hear how awesome these two evaluations were. He couldn't help but ponder. After a while, he asked, What about you? Me? Xiao Duo giggled. Li Chenglong's face and fate are awesome, but they are more of an auxiliary to his achievements. And I'm in the main position. Changlu's facial muscles twitched. He looked at his son curiously. Son, do you mean that you're more awesome than Li Chenglong? More awesome than a flying dragon soaring in the sky, above the clouds? It's been hard on you. You took a big turn and even used my words to show off in front of me. Then it's fine. I'll agree with your mother. Tomorrow. Well, we'll go to the matchmaker this afternoon. Zhuo Changlu agreed immediately. Great, it's settled then. I thank you on behalf of Li Chenglong. Get lost. Well, someone will come this afternoon. You can try to see this person's fate. Zhuo Changlu said. Okay, as long as she restrains her cultivation, I can see some clues. Restraining her cultivation? That's easy. Zhuo Changlu agreed. Outside Fenghai City, Bai Yunduo stood in the void in a white dress. She took the space rings from the people who came from all directions. She opened them and poured out a huge amount of Astral Soul's jade powder. Dust filled the sky as far as the eye could see. At this moment, there was a huge pile on the ground. And this was just the beginning. There were still people coming in. The smallest ring was about a dozen cubic meters, and the more there were more than 100 cubic meters. Just like that, the powder continued to be poured out. After pouring, they left immediately. Bai Yunduo sat cross-legged in the air. Her voice penetrated the ears of everyone who came. After you leave here, forget about this immediately. Yes, many people were shocked. What kind of strict confidentiality was this? But for this little bit of Astral Soul's jade powder, was it worth it? Why was this matter so strange? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the amount Bai Yunduo asked for had been exceeded, and there was still a steady flow of it. After a whole day, there was a majestic mountain of Astral Soul's jade powder below. At 3 o'clock, Bai Yunduo called for a guard, and then disappeared with a whoosh. She went to Fenghai City. Come to the villa in Fenghai City and ask for directions. Bring the Void Destruction Pagoda. Zhuo Changlu sent a message. Bai Yunduo did not dare to be negligent. She tore the space apart and crossed over in an instant. Zhuo Changlu and Zhuo Xiaoduo, father and son, were playing chess on the stone table in the villa's courtyard. The two of them took one step at a time and were in the midst of a fierce battle. Someone outside the door coughed. A woman in white walked in with a smile. Master, can I ask for directions? Zhuo Changlu stood up enthusiastically. Come in, come in. Since you're here, you're a guest. How can I help you? The woman in white had sweat stains on her face. She said, I'm in a hurry. Is it convenient for you to ask for a glass of water? Zhuo Zhanglu laughed. What's wrong with that? Zhuo Xiaoduo poured a glass of water. Zhuo Changlu leaned over to his son's ear. Xiaoduo, look at her. Bai Yunduo, who was holding a glass of water, was dumbfounded. What did he mean? Let your son look at me? I already have a husband. You're the one who makes the decision. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked up. His first impression was that she was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. But if he had seen this beautiful, noble, and generous woman before, he would have an impression of her. But the woman in front of him was completely unfamiliar. After a glance, he already had a rough idea of her face. He nodded at Zhuo Changlu and signaled him to take a good look. He said to his father through telepathy, it would be better if she could write. But it doesn't matter now. I already have a good understanding of her. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.